Good morning, guys. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream. All right, so a little bit of a late start today in the market with this live stream. It's currently 10:22, and indices are bleeding. Currently, NVDA leading the charge to the downside, losing this bullish structure pattern. So it seems like that CPI was a one-off event that popped in the market. Really wasn't justified, and now you're seeing that markets are correcting. You do have yields up again on the long and short of the curve. So right now you have the 30-year outperforming, 10-year and 20-year are also stronger than the 2-year yield. So it's applying a lot of pressure to the Qs. I'm actually looking at a short on Coinbase in this region, guys. A short on Coin as a day trade. Remember, we traded that yesterday, and Bitcoin's actually pushed higher here. So we'll keep the Qs on watch. We'll keep Apple, and I'm going to put Coin here, running into a little bit of near-term resistance, and I see a little bit of a double bottom on the dollar. So I'm going to short Coin here at 267, guys. 267.04. 267.04. $267.04. This is just a day trade. We already members received an alert this morning for the Russell, and that trade played out quite well. Remember, we said to fade the Russell in that 206.50 area. Basically, the high on the Russell today was 206. What is it? 206.58. So right now we're just fading some of the crypto stocks. Again, you do have a lot of weakness in the semiconductors today. A lot of weakness. The VIX is still flat. I expect that if the Russell starts to fade a little bit more, then you should see the VIX start to push up. As of the moment, the Russell is actually 11% at the moment as we speak. Bitcoin did make a new high again, trading all the way up to about 73.6, but it has faded slightly. I am expecting the Qs to get a little bit of a bounce here. There is some support. AMD also getting clapped, down 4.35%. Nat Gas, another down day for Nat Gas. Good thing we informed members and viewers to exit that natural gas position for break even. So again, I do expect names like NVIDIA to get a bounce here. Even Tesla's into a little bit of a good risk to reward zone. I would like to see Tesla flush to 170.130 and then 170.70 to potentially go long. So I do have a long day trade on Tesla, and we have a short on Coin at the moment for a day trade. Members, just keep following the alerts through the Telegram group. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Mindfulness Meditation. Good morning, Bart. Still no shares available to short on Coinbase? Yeah, I would call your trading desk. That is a liquid stock. That's a liquid stock. I just got 100 shares in the no problem, in the blink of an eye on Coin. So I would definitely try to contact your broker. They may have some restrictions on your account that you need to discuss. All right, I'll move on Coin. So we're already up from that 267.04 level, guys. I could see Coinbase going negative today, guys. You have a lot of weakness in the Qs. Dollar's still negative. Yields are green. VIX is flat. But a lot of weakness in the market today. And I'm seeing that Bitcoin, has sold off. It did dip there quite a bit. Got a nice epic bounce, but Bitcoin did dip, and I think this is almost turning into a little bit of a failed breakout potential in Bitcoin. The big thing is, can we end Bitcoin with another daily topping tail? Remember, we had that big dip yesterday, and you had a pop, made new highs today, but there are a lot of bearish divergences in the crypto space, and when you see semis weak, typically that does put pressure on crypto as well. So let's see if Bitcoin can actually dip to the negative side. It's currently up about 1.48%. So as of now, Coin is still coming in, guys. So that's a good job on that trade. Good job on that trade. I am seeing Microsoft trying to catch a bid. Google's remaining strong today, so strength in the communication sector. That could help lift Meta at some point today if the indices bounce. Still seeing Apple weak, Tesla coming down. Right now, the worst performing mega cap is NVDA today. Obviously, it had a whopping, over 7% day yesterday. Tesla's down about 2.8. AVGO continues to bleed, down about 1.89%. Is it strange that semis are down? Crypto's still going up. I have 2 puts, 200 shares for my brokerage. It's a little strange. Crypto's obviously a hot market right now, being the fact that you had that White House tax projection come out for 2035 showing upside in Bitcoin. You have semis are still relatively strong compared to the market, even with the recent pullback. But it takes a while for sometimes things to put in a little bit of a toppy phase. But you can see that the volatility range in crypto is getting bigger in this region. So, I mean, whenever you start seeing, let's look at the hourly chart on Bitcoin, right? Just in the last 2 days, whenever you start seeing, or even in the last couple days, whenever you start seeing these big dips, big intraday reversals, here, that's showing that, okay, there is distribution happening, and that could mark the top in the crypto space. So, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of distribution in this range. There's a lot of choppiness, a lot of volatility. And typically when you see that increased volatility, it's coming to a little bit of a head here. But at the moment, things are still strong. Remember, you still have indices trade positive tailwinds for Bitcoin to keep trending at this point. But it's still super, super extended. You're probably going to have one of those moves in Bitcoin like you did on SMCI, like you did on NVIDIA, where you have that epic double-digit reversal. The Qs are trying to get a bounce. There's actually a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart of the Qs, guys. So take a look at this. There is a potential of going long. The Qs off this level. The risk to reward is definitely favorable. But I'll show you here on the Qs. You can see that little neckline. If we break that neckline, guys, longs on the Qs, probably all the way back up to about this 442 area is favorable. But we're also teetering right on a support zone that could break down. Still holding that Coinbase short, guys. Bitcoin is dipping now, so that's going to help things progress nicely. That BITI is into a really good day tradable level again at 732, 733. So if you're wanting to go long that, I have no qualms about that. Guys, keep Tesla on watch. Keep Tesla on watch. There is a long trade coming up on Tesla. Let me just actually pull up that chart. And there, Ram. I do think you're fine. Let's take a look at Tesla again. Tesla is coming up into some spyable support on the long side. It's dipping. I'm going to go with a 1/4 position on Tesla long. So starting accumulation at 171.30. 171.30. And then just recognize that we can go down to about 170 as well, 50. But I do like Tesla on the long side, guys. So get ready to go long. I'm going to start with a 1/4 here. A 1/4 entry on Tesla. You're creating a little bit of a falling wedge pattern on Tesla, and you're coming into the wedge as we speak. Never got filled. Oh, they're going to do me dirty like that. They're going to miss us by like, what is that? 7 pennies, 6 pennies. Jeez. Hopefully it starts to firm up. Do you like Boyle at 13.29? You know, Natgas did hit my first viable range at 172, so there is some support here. Natgas, oh, look at that bounce on Tesla, guys. Fuck me, we missed it by 7 cents. What a bounce, guys. Qs are breaking out, guys. The QQQ is breaking out of a little micro inverse head and shoulders, so watch that closely because it does suggest that there's a little bit more upside in this market. I'll take a peek at Natgas in a second here. Still watching Tesla for a fill. The Tesla trade is still valid. If we get one more dip, then we can go long. But I would let it pierce that level now. I'd let it pierce that 171.30 because we are getting a bounce now. Let's see if we can pierce that. But the Qs have triggered a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Upside is roughly to about 442 on the chart. All right, looking at Natgas here for Eric. Morning, Mike. Morning, Mike. Welcome, welcome. What's your expiry on those puts, Ram? 265 and 257. That's very reasonable. You know, I mean, 265, you're already in the money. And 257 should hit too. So obviously Natgas, since we exit on that break even at that 186 on our UNG, it's fallen about 7%. Notice you are into this little support. So you're into this little wick low support. I still think gap fill is the more conservative accumulation zone, but into this pivot you can start a position. I have no issues with that. But I'm going to wait till this pivot, and then this pivot, and then potentially even 150. Just recognize it can go down to 150. Based off of this potential high pivot reversal, Natgas could go down to about 150 on the chart. All right, Coinbase, we're still short. Guys, Tesla's coming in, so that Tesla long is still on watch. Tesla long is still on watch, guys. QQQ is having a little bit of a failed breakout. All right, guys, I'm long Tesla 171.30. 171.30. We are long Tesla. Next ad is at 170.56. 170.56. So short coin, long Tesla. That's almost a little bit of a pairs trade. Again, I would not be surprised if Bitcoin tries to go negative today. I could also see the VIX at some point today catching a little bit of a bid. Bear flag forming on NVDA, bull flag on Amazon, bull flag on Google, bear flag on Apple, bear flag on Microsoft. So a little bit of mixed price action across the board here. You can see Tesla is forming this falling wedge pattern. So it just keeps getting sold into, sold into, sold into it. One of these days, I mean, you feel like Elon's going to put his foot down and try to say something big to at least help propel the stock. I mean, it's been a torrential downfall for quite a long time. It's been falling. The Qs are getting rejected off of a key level, so Qs are certainly looking weak. Bitcoin's now coming in hot, guys. Bitcoin is now coming in hot. 257 March 22nd and 265 March 28th. So, yeah, you should be okay. You should be okay. Honestly, Ram, both of those could hit today. You know, 257s could get in the money today. That would not shock me. That would not shock me. I wouldn't be surprised if Coinbase trades all the way back down to 247. It's looking like one of those reversal days, especially if the market stays weak and if we do get the dollar to firm up at some point. If the dollar can firm up, it will put pressure on Bitcoin. You've been seeing Bitcoin just slowly grinding and making new highs, really because the dollar's been weak, but it's running out of momentum here. It is running out of momentum. I'm seeing a lot of distributive price action. Eric Boyle seems to be at previous lows. I heard that some people saying short Tesla is 30. I don't say $30. If it went to $30, I would probably dump everything and I would put 100% of my portfolio into Tesla at $30. I wouldn't use any risk management. I would just go full port calls, 100% long common shares if it was at 30. My downside target, my bearish downside target, like worst case scenario, is about $85-$90. But there's a big viable range, guys, at 140. At 140. Really big viable range. So I think 140 is the ultimate swing trade level. It's a little bit of a moving target because you do have some downsloping support, but you can see Tesla is coming into this channel of support here. There will be some support there. You maybe get a bounce back to say 180, and then I do think you fall lower. But the head and shoulders target that is on watch to calculate that downside move, you draw your trend line from this left shoulder pivot. That's your neckline break on the daily. This is also a weekly chart pattern, so just recognize it could take some time to play out. It's a very big head and shoulders, but to calculate that downside target, which has triggered, it's absolutely triggered. And you got to drop that target to the neckline. So which gives us a target of about $88. That's a pretty significant downside move. You're even talking about mass capitulation of all these investors here. I remember this epic bounce. So $80-$90, that's kind of my mass capitulation target on Tesla. But it won't get there in a straight line. So there's at least, if let's say we got to that $80 target or $90 target, there's probably about two or three swing trade opportunities in there, before you get to that target where you can go long and get, double-digit gain off of a bounce. There's at least 2 or 3 in there. All right, we're going to add to Tesla here at 170.56, guys. 170.56. You can already see you're getting a bounce now. Qs are trying to get a bounce. NVDA is curling back up. Again, Google's looking strong today. It looks like it wants to press higher, so it's waiting for a market bounce. Still have a tremendous amount of weakness in Apple. Microsoft's now trying to curl up. Amazon as well is strong on the session, so you're seeing that divergence from Tesla and Amazon grow significantly more. So that continuation. Coins move right back up. Bitcoin trying to press back up. And really the indices are liking the fact that the dollar's falling here. DXY testing lows on the Dixie, which is definitely helping the indices as a whole. SMCI trying to break a bull flag. Apple going green today. Down 1.22%. That would be quite something, Rish. That's a bold call. That's a bold call. I want to see Apple hit its gap fill around that 170.75 zone. And then I would think it has a chance. Coinbase pressing higher. Tesla still coming in, guys. Still haven't taken the second entry. You're seeing Coinbase firm up here drastically. Qs are breaking out. Dollar still selling, guys. Dollar is still selling. NVDA, big push on NVDA. Still seeing a really big push in crypto stocks. Bitcoin trying to make a move. TikTok ban passed House. Yikes, that should help Meta. Yeah, you're getting a nice green stick on Meta. Getting a green stick everywhere across the market, Tesla included. Never got filled on that second entry on Tesla. Missed me by a few pennies again, but you can see it hit that channel. I wanted it to pierce the channel. You might still get another fill, but definitely oil's starting to come in just a little bit now. Energy stocks are strong though today, very, very strong. It's mainly mega caps getting hit on the downside. The Russell's also coming in. Qs are bouncing. Semis are catching a really big bid here. Meta's trying to go green. Meta is trying to go green. Tesla news is it might go around 135. Yeah, 135 is reasonable. I could see 135. Getting a really big bid here, managing to run with the Qs. So Qs are getting a really big bid. Tesla getting a really big bid. Coin catching a bid. Bitcoin catching a bid. Meta just went green, guys. Meta's flying here at 500. It's just ripping. It's actually pumping. Huge decline off of Trump's comments. Roughly, what was it down? 5%. And now it's starting to pump up. I believe it does. Still has to pass. I believe it does. Yeah, MSTR and crypto stocks are running. You know, MSTR is just kind of in its own land right now. Still super, super extended overbought. You're trading with a bearish divergence on the daily chart. 80.15 RSI, 90 RSI on MSTR, guys, on the weekly chart. That's insanely parabolic. That's insanely parabolic. And at the moment, things are just progressing well for crypto stocks. You know, Bitcoin really hasn't topped out yet. Still pushing new high after new high after new high. But the momentum seems to be running out here. It does seem to be dwindling. And you are seeing a little bit of distribution in semiconductors. So typically, semiconductors will give you the market signal. They do typically take this market higher and lower. Semis lead on the way up, and they often lead on the way down. So you should see some distribution occur in the semis and crypto. Mara today performing up about 3.37%, so definitely a good day for Mara. New York Community Bank up 6 today. Rivian down. That HOLO microcloud hologram up 48%. Jeez. Insane power. Insane power. All right, guys, so we're in the money on our Tesla. Slightly just down on our coin short, but we are seeing Bitcoin potentially curling down here. Again, I still think Bitcoin can potentially end the day with a daily topping tail. That would take us basically back down to the 71.4 zone. So I'm just going to mark that in on the chart. All right, Coinbase starting to come in. Guys, I am seeing the VIX curling up, so the UVXY actually might be a trade here. Long the UVXY might be an interesting trade, day trade at this zone. It is trying to curl. It's up 0.15%, so you are seeing some potential bullish structure forming here. I'm going to take a stab at the UVXY here. I'm going to go long off the 678 entry, guys, 678. So that's a bit of a short trade on the overall market. expecting a little bit of volatility. So I'm long 1/4 position, 678 entry on the UVXY. Should be a breeze through the house. So the house was the hard part. Interesting. That's we'll see how I think nothing really matters. I think if it goes through the house, really watch Meta's price action. Meta has every reason now to try to firm up and go positive. Yes, the market's weak, but if Meta can't, and here's the thing, right? We're all talking about this news, right? That Meta is getting past. Maybe the run up, the strength in Meta has been from investors knowing that it was going to get passed through. So you always want to forward look, right? You never want to look in the rearview mirror. This is technically now old news already. It just came out, but it's old news, which means it's likely already priced in. So Meta, if you look at Meta, it should close the day positive off of this news. So if Meta actually starts to dump on this news and actually go lower, that's telling us that news was already priced into the stock. So you don't want to look in the rear view. You want to always try to be forward looking on the news. It could be sell the news. It absolutely could be sell the news. You roped in a whole bunch of volume there, liquidity taking it positive in a weak market, and now look, they're dumping into it. So it could absolutely be sell the news. But that's why we just got to watch for this reaction. If it's a sell the news event, if that type of catalyst can't propel Meta's stock higher, then that means that, okay, maybe we've reached a little bit of a near-term top in Meta, and it needs more time and more consolidation to work out some of the weak hands to push higher. But news like that should push Meta higher, and I'm very intrigued to see the type of daily close we get on Meta. I'm super intrigued. Yep, buy the rumor, sell the news. Absolutely, it could be, right? That's what the expectation. That's what I'm kind of outlining here. Again, initial spike on the news, a little bit of a dump. There's still some momentum in the name, so I mean, you could still push higher, but I don't have the answers. I'm just saying the price action is going to tell us today. If we stay negative, or if we even go back down to the low of days on Meta, that's telling us that it's a buy the rumor, sell the news, 100%. And you can see it's being faded into. All right, let's look at our Tesla trade here. I'll keep Meta on my other screen and update you as things progress. But so far, that whole up candle has almost been sold right into. Meta is currently down 0.6%, still outperforming some of the other QQQ stocks. Taking a look at Tesla, guys, we are long and strong. I just wish we got filled on our second entry. But Tesla trying to break out of this little bit of a wedge pattern. Nice little trade, flat on coin, slightly up on the VIX. Bitcoin still trading at 72.5. Honestly, to me, 491 puts on Meta look pretty good just with this event. I mean, I'm seeing that reaction, and we've pretty much almost engulfed that whole reaction on Meta. Meta, I hope my 550 calls come in the money until this Friday. AMD, what is a good price for swing trade or long calls? Yeah, I don't know, Ram. 550 calls, I think, are a little bit of a stretch. Again, you had every reason for Meta to rally here today, with that strong news from the House, the TikTok ban. So it's going to be telling. You do not want to see a bearish close on Meta if you're bullish on Meta. This news, you do not want to see a bearish close. All right, what else are we looking at here? AMD, what is a good price for a swing trade or long calls? AMD. Well, semis right now are under pressure, right? You're seeing semis come under pressure. Let's look at the AMD chart while we manage some of these other. And AMD today is actually underperforming pretty drastically. It's down about 4.2%. The semiconductor complex, the SOXX, is only down 2. So AMD's underperforming on a 2-to-1 basis. Tesla's still trying to press higher here, guys. Tesla is still trying to press higher. Let's see AMD. Sorry, my chart's really messy at the moment. I'm actually just going to erase this, all of these drawings, just to clean it up. I like AMD to retest the 50-day moving average here. which is sitting currently at 173. I think you get a really big bounce. That's back in this whole previous consolidation range. A nice little bull flag break. If we see what, I think we're on the 20 right now. We're close to the 20 on AMD. You can even see that we haven't even hit the 20 yet. So I think the 20, there will be some support, but you're probably better to wait for the 50 as a higher risk, higher reward play. Sorry, lower risk, higher reward play. I'd wait for the 50 daily moving average on AMD. And that's a nasty topping tail, and it's really been downside since we received that topping tail in AMD. And AMD has also been a leader. It's very, very heavy in the semiconductor complex, guys. So right now we're long Tesla, we are short coin, and we are long the UVXY. I do think that the Russell's reversing here. The Russell's appearing to want to go negative. SPY Qs are negative. Qs did have a failed bull flag or failed breakout. If AMD hits this 20-day moving average today, guys, at 188.93, that's a long trade. We'll go long, okay? I still have a bunch of other levels to go long, but they're not quite yet. I think if Meta flushes down to 488.29, that's a long. And it could get there today. It absolutely could get there. You're seeing Meta actually selling off. It's now down 1%. It's reversed that whole gain. So it is looking likely that it's a buy the rumor, sell the news. At this point, obviously it could reverse, but at this point it is looking like a buy the rumor, sell the news. What else? We have a couple other questions here. We are seeing the Qs break down more. Tesla's holding up, so that's good to see. Let me just scroll through some of the questions here. Again, you're seeing a little bit of momentum to the downside coming into Bitcoin. It is curling down. Keep in mind, Bitcoin is creating a little bit of lower highs. High, lower high, lower high, lower high. So we'll see if it starts to reverse. I still think Bitcoin goes negative today. That's just me. Apple bear flag, Microsoft coming in, Google still has a bull flag, Meta looking very bearish, NVIDIA looking bearish, Amazon still forming a bull flag but coming in as we speak. Tesla trying to break out of this wedge but looking like it's failing based off of weakness in the Qs. There's a big bear flag on the Qs triggering. Again, remember the Qs have triggered a potential, they're trying to trigger a potential head and shoulders. There's a potential right shoulder forming on the hourly chart that we have to be mindful of and really watch. Still holding the short on coin, still holding a long on Tesla. It's just a starter position. Again, I want to add at this 170.56 if Tesla dips in, guys. Still holding a long on UVXY. Guys, Meta's still selling. It hasn't really caught a bid after that news-based event. So we're still seeing Meta showing some weakness. Coin coming in hot. That's good to see. That's very good to see. Qs are coming in hot. Qs are kind of testing that double bottom low of days, so there is a potential for a good risk to reward entry here on the long side. There is a potential. Oil's coming in sharper now. So that's actually going to help the Qs if oil comes in. Now there's another question here. Let's see it. John C. looking at PayPal. PayPal on the move. I'll take a look at PayPal in a second, John C. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to sort something out here on my end. All right, Tesla coming in. Qs are still forming a little bit of a bear flag here. Looks like they want to go lower. They do look like they want to go lower. All right, let's take a look at PayPal for John C. PayPal, PYPL. PayPal, strong move all day long. Just been a monster. Wow, what a run on PayPal, guys. What a run. What a run on PayPal. So you can see PayPal is coming up into this key resistance zone. This is where you bounced here, had a little bit of a reversal candle on this impulse green candle, rejection here. You also had a support pivot here. So there is resistance here on PayPal, but it is looking like it wants to break through that zone. If you get through that zone, then you move up to probably 65, and then really I think you probably break out of this range. I think if you start getting above this gap fill, this bearish gap fill off of that earnings gap down, that's probably a good signal to look for some longs. I think that if you get through this gap fill and you hold above it for a couple days, then I do think that you're going to push for this bigger gap fill all the way up at 72, 73. So there is about a $10 move to play to the upside here on PayPal, guys. So keep that on watch. You know, $73 calls, even $72 calls, probably a month out would be lucrative and likely getting the money. But I'm going to personally wait until we close this bear gap, and then I want to see how price reacts off of this zone. I want to see if we can hold above that area for a couple days, and then I'd look for, you know, maybe some options plays on the long side, on the call side. So I mean, you still roughly have about a 15-16% up move that could occur from current levels. You know, I'd personally wait until we get above that gap, so still about 13.5% upside to play, which is a decent amount. So if you're long PayPal, I think you're currently in the driver's seat with this recent bullish move. A lot of support here, and PayPal has definitely been one of those charts that have been beaten down to a pulp. You can see on the weekly chart, potential inverted head and shoulders forming. This is looking like a pattern that wants to break out. You're forming a nice right shoulder. You got your nice V-shaped head. You got your big left shoulder here. So it is looking like it wants to break out. If you break out of this pattern here on PayPal, you know, you're expecting about a 42% move from the neckline, which would put us up about, let's just see. And again, it's only if we break, right? It's only if we trigger that weekly close above that neckline. You're looking at a potential move up to about 84, 85 bucks. You can actually see there's a big weekly gap fill here. There's a big weekly gap, so that's kind of your upside target. All right, guys, big green stick on Tesla. We are still holding Tesla on the long side, still holding a short. The Russell's still positive, holding on to some gains at the moment. So we're still holding a long on Tesla, short on coin off that 267 area. These are day trades. And then we have a UVXY long at 678. 678. Bitcoin's starting to curl down, guys. Bitcoin is starting to curl down. So let's see if we get some more weakness. Hopefully that analysis helped John C. on PayPal. You guys, Tesla's making a nice move up to the high side here, so we're in the driver's seat on that trade. You also have the VIX trying to push higher. Oil's taken a bit of a breather over the last hour, but into some support now, trying to bounce. Again, oil's recaptured the daily 200, bullish price action. Guys, my Tesla target is this EMA 113 right here at this 173.26.24 now. So that's my Tesla upside target. You have had a nice falling wedge pattern breakout. You have Bitcoin curling down, Amazon pushing up. Bull flag on Amazon is still in effect and on watch. Bull flag on Google is actually breaking up to the high side. Apple's still got a bear flag down 1.27. But nice move on Tesla, guys. Nice move on Tesla. Let's see if we can get some more momentum to the upside. Qs are running into a little bit of resistance at the moment. Still putting in a potential bear flag on the Qs. Still putting it. The dollar's making new lows though, so that should help indices in theory. That should help the indices. Google trying to press higher off of its flag pattern, so still waiting on Google to press higher here and give us that definitive breakout signal. Again, Amazon and Google look very similar in terms of their intraday bull flags. Apple curling down. That's not going to be helpful. All right, guys, I'm seeing the QQQ running into some resistance here on the 5-minute chart. So what I'm personally going to be doing is just putting an in-the-money stop on Tesla, guys, just an in-the-money stop on Tesla, because I am seeing some bearish price action coming into the Q. So stop loss is in place at 171.62. We're protecting the trade by about 32 cents a share. So in the money stop loss on the Tesla trade, just because the Qs are breaking down here pretty sharply on the back of Meta and Apple curling down. Same thing with NVDA. So just want to be mindful that we are in the money on it. So stop loss is in place. Still have an upside target of about 172.30 on Tesla. I think that it can press into this range here. And as Tesla moves higher, guys, we will adjust the stop loss higher. The VIX is starting to curl, guys. The UVXY is starting to curl higher here. Bitcoin's still strong. Currently, Tesla's down about 3%, SoundHound up 9%, GXA up 98%, Merit up 1.8%, Palantir up 1.19%, Apple down 1.24%, Rivian getting hit, Nat Gas down a couple percent. Still seeing sellers in Nat Gas. You have the S&P down 0.7%, Qs are down 0.65%, SOXX is down 2%, Meta down 1%, Google up 1.38%, Amazon up 0.89%, oil up 1.5%. So you have strength in energy sector today. In terms of the weak sectors, it's XLK down 1%, Staples down 0.09%, and the Dow Jones Transports. The rest of the sector is actually green, so there's still a lot of pockets of strength in this market today. Lots of pockets of strength today, despite the tremendous amount of weakness in semiconductors and tech. Square up 6.3%. That's a flyer today. Fubo up 6%. MindMed up 15%. Freeport McMoran up 5.54%. So copper stocks are showing a great sign of life. So we'll actually look at copper later tonight, guys. I'll do a little bit of charting on copper for the members. Ethereum negative, XRP negative. So it's interesting to see Bitcoin still holding its positive gains despite some of the other coins are actually negative. Tesla, guys, is pushing higher here, so we are in the driver's seat on the long. I'm going to adjust my stop, guys. I am going to adjust my stop to 171.80. We're locking in 50 cents per share. Still short coin off 267. And we're still have a UVXY long at 678, which we're flat on. But I do think Tesla's looking likely to keep pressing higher here. SMCI has a 10-minute bull flag. Meta is still weak after that TikTok announcement. You do have the dollar trying to press higher. So this could be where the indices take a next leg lower and Bitcoin also runs into some pressure. We haven't had the dollar strong today at all. You know, the dollar's been negative. You did have that initial pop in the dollar at in the overnight, but it's really been faded since roughly 6 a.m. this morning. The dollar's been faded, making new lows, and now you're trying to put in a little bit of a double bottom off this 102.80 zone. So we'll see if the indices want to react to a dollar. Obviously, markets have sold off, so maybe they have already priced in the dollar bouncing a little bit back to say 103 today. But as of now, the dollar is making a little bit of lower lows intraday. We're still long Tesla with an in-the-money stop, 50 cents protection. We're still short coin, and we're long UVXY. The IWM has had a nice bounce. Pan W up 1, Sell H running up to 4.45%. ASML getting hit. All right, guys, I'm going to adjust my stop on Tesla a little bit more. just because, again, more weakness is creeping into the queue. So 172.05 stop on Tesla. We're locking in 75 cents a share. I still think it can move up, but we are into that resistance. There is resistance here. First little level, and the Qs are also fighting 5-minute chart resistance. Bitcoin curling up, Meta curling down, Google selling off right now, Apple still bear flag, NVDA curling lower. Alright guys, Tesla stop loss was just tagged. I repeat, the Tesla stop was just tagged there at 172.05, so we locked in 75 cents a share. The VIX is still slightly green, gold and silver up on the session. Yields are still up nicely on the session. 10-year at 0.6, 30-year at 0.7. But we did get stopped out of Tesla. Bitcoin's trying to make a curl back up to the high side. MicroStrategy is absolutely gunning. 1750. What an epic explosion in MicroStrategy here. Now trading with 90.26 RSI on the weekly chart. Intraday 10-minute chart 84.34. Daily chart bearish divergence. So a lot of momentum in some of these crypto stocks still showing upside. Let's look at the DI. Trying to make a little bit of a basing formation, but again, really hasn't tried moving up at all. You can see you're trading inside of these two little bottoming tails, 10-minute bottoming tails. So there is some support here on the Dixie, but I mean, sellers just trying to keep it, taking it lower and lower and lower here. Bitcoin's actually trying to make another push higher here. So BTC is trying to make another push higher. That's a big push on Bitcoin, guys. It's actually trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. So it is trying to break out. Basically, this pattern does suggest that there's some upside. So just watch that coin trade. It's probably smart to put just a break even stop loss at this 267. It's probably smart to put a break even just in case that this pattern starts to squeeze higher here on Bitcoin. And that does suggest, again, Bitcoin pushing higher here to about 70, just above 74K. Now, the big question is this a fake breakout? Often they love fake breakouts at the highs of the chart. And it's interesting to see Coinbase falling, diverging, pretty much doing the opposite move of Bitcoin in this trend. So this could be a little bit of a fake out. We'll see. Thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. I was muted. Yeah, so right now we're seeing the Qs breaking down. Bitcoin's potentially having a failed breakout here on the 5-minute chart. Tried breaking out of this inverse head and shoulders, and it is failing. I do expect if this pattern fails, which is looking likely, that we retest this channel. Notice how we bounced off of this channel, but I think we could actually retest the low of the channel, which is about 70,065. So watching for that. QQQ is still forming a 10-minute bear flag. Apple 10-minute bear flag. Meta 10-minute bear flag. Amazon still forming a bull flag. Tesla had a stellar breakout out of the wedge pattern. NVIDIA's got a 10-minute bear flag. So Qs are not looking too hot. The daily 7MA is sitting at 440.07, so we're 3 cents above that right now on the Qs. If you get a close below the daily 7MA on the Qs, that's not a good sign because it is starting to curl to the downside. Whenever that short-term moving average starts to curl to the downside, it often indicates more downside in the market. And if you get a bearish close below 440.05 now, that's 7MA, that's not a good sign for the equity markets. Not a good sign. And again, that initial rip yesterday didn't really make much sense based off of the justified CPI print. Inflation coming in hotter, annualized rates of inflation moving much, much higher for the next 3 to 6 months based off of those prints. 3 consecutive higher CPI prints. When you have energy actually showing signs of bullish price action, likely going to press higher. What's gonna fall in the CPI to bring down inflation? We're now at that very, very sticky range, about just at that 3% rate. Obviously, the Fed wants 2%. That's their targeted mandate. But what's going to get us there? At this point, I'm finding it very hard pressed to really think things are going to fall. Or is healthcare going to fall? Is insurance costs going to fall? Is energy going to fall? Energy looks the least likely to fall. Healthcare, I don't think is going to fall. Insurance, that's on a rally, a tear. So what's going to fall to really get housing? Is housing going to fall? That's also, showing signs of increased inflation. So we're in a scenario here where it's the trend. They say on Wall Street, 3's a trend. And we are seeing inflation, 3 back-to-back prints higher. Obviously, PCE and PPI is telling us something else. But CPI is still showing inflation very, very sticky at this 3.1% range. I could actually see us pressing all the way back up to about 3.74% on the CPI headline number, especially when you factor in if oil pushes above 80. Once oil gets its breakout of this neckline, it's very close. Oil's very, very close to doing so. You keep tagging this $78, $79 range, and you're going to bust through it. Mic check. Thanks, guys. Hollow right shoulder, maybe. Let's take a look at HOLO. That one's been a high flyer, so just be cautious with this name. Just be very, very cautious with HOLO. It does squeeze. I think it's also a low float name, so very difficult to short. Very difficult to short in days when it's in momentum. You almost need to wait for the end of the day to see the price action. It could be forming a right shoulder here, absolutely, but then you also could be having inside bar bullish consolidation off of this 3-minute candle. So it's a mixed chart, right? It's not an easy short, especially when the Qs are oversold now and you're getting a bounce. And this name is already outperforming up, what is it up now? 52% in a weak market. So what's to say you short this and the Qs get a big bounce, S&P gets a big bounce, and it takes this higher. So names like these are very tough, but definitely a right shoulder forming. Obviously, it is only valid until the pattern triggers, which roughly indicates intraday a potential 15-16% decline from the neckline. So there's certainly some possible scenarios there. I actually haven't even tried shorting this name. I don't even know if there's shares available to borrow. You could look into that and see, but yeah, technically, if you lose this neckline, it does become a short, but just keep a very short leash on this one. It's a very risky trade. Very risky trade. Obviously, a lot of the upside momentum has been priced in, 49% on the session, but it is forming a right shoulder. So if you want to take a stab at it and just know your risk, just keep a very tight range on it because this one could spike, it could drop. I just want to see something here. If I throw in a fib retrace from that gap up to your high, so yeah, you're losing this 236 fib, your first fib zone, you are losing. and you should test $7, the next fib zone. All right, there comes the break, guys. Technically, though, you are at support, but the break of the neckline is being triggered on HOLO. But they often love to rope people in right at the neckline, push it back up, and then take it down. So I think the better short level is back to this 751 retrace if you're waiting to short it. But tough trade. I'm not going to take a position in it. All right, let's flip back to BTC since we are still rocking a coin short. Bitcoin trying to push back higher here. Coinbase weakening, Q still weakening, NVDA weakening. Meta, Apple, NVIDIA, all still looking bearish. Can't short it through broker. Open chart to see upside and didn't like it. Yeah, it's a tough one. Names like that are designed to take your money. They're designed to take your money. So there it does go. It is falling, and since we've been discussing it, it's pulled back roughly about 8% and climbing. Look at that, guys. So that head and shoulders would have played out, but again, it's a very tough one. Watch them rip it right back up. So buyers swooping in at $7 level and bidding it up just like that. That was like a few percentage point gain. Like, that's the crazy thing about this stock is you can get in and out with a 2 or 3% gain in a lot of different places. Just that little ramp up there was over 2%. Enough for a day trade scalp. That's a scalper's dream. All right, let's see what else is going on. You do have the VIX still creeping higher, Natgas still down. Bitcoin still holding up 1.9% on the session. Tesla still pushing up above 173. So what's interesting with Tesla is you keep seeing Tesla getting these ferocious intraday bounces only to be met the next day with a gap down. So it's pretty fascinating to see how weak this Tesla chart is. Still looking for Bitcoin to roll over a little bit more. Natgas tried pushing higher. They're just absolutely hard rejection. On the 10-minute chart, VIX is still trying to curl. Coinbase pressing, trying to push higher here. The Qs are defending that 7-day moving average. Still have the Russell up 0.61%. The dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here now. So the Dixie is trying to catch a bid. The Russell small caps appear to be trying to put in a little bit of a bullish pattern to break out. So let's see if the Russell can actually break out of its little flag pattern. It's going to be tough if the dollar catches a bid, and I am seeing the Dixie trying. The Dixie is trying here. I do think SPY's only down by 0.09%, and that's because there's so much strength in the other sectors. You only have tech down on the session. Even the Dow Jones Industrial Average has firmed up here. Again, bull flag on Google, bull flag on Amazon 10-minute, bear flag on Apple 10-minute, bear flag on Meta 10-minute, bear flag on NVDA 10-minute, QQQ 10-minute bear flag. If the Qs break this range today, this bearish range, I mean, we have a potential downside move on the Qs all the way to about 437.36. Tesla, can't we play puts or shorts on Tesla knowing the company is not doing great at the moment? Yeah, absolutely you can. You can play puts or shorts. You know, I like the intraday action. But it is a short. I think we still, you know, the thing about Tesla is it is more oversold. And you are coming up into a potential swing trade level at 165. You know, there is some support at 165 on Tesla, which I mean doesn't provide enough reward for me to short it at this point in time. That's the only reason I haven't shorted it. I'm waiting for Tesla to hit 165, see how it reacts off that level. If we get a bounce back up to say 180, then I think it becomes a short. But at the moment, it's almost putting in a potential, let me just see here. It could be a falling wedge pattern, you know, forming. It still needs more work, more candles. But, you know, to be honest, the short on Tesla was much, much higher. Like, we kind of missed the short. I think that we can short it. Once Tesla gets a bounce, I don't want to short Tesla because you look at the fall Tesla's had from 206.80 now down to 172. You know, you've pretty much had a straight fall of the last 2 weeks down about 17%. So that would be chasing in my opinion. And I don't really want to chase the price action yet. I'd rather let it bounce, you know, roughly 10% or so and then potentially short it. I mean, it could still keep falling for all I know, and we miss the trade, which is okay with me. I still think there's a lot of other more probable setups out there in the market. But if you want to short Tesla down to 160, there's an area, or sorry, 165 puts, 165 puts, you know, about a couple weeks out. That's probably an okay trade, but not one that I'm going to take right now. I'd be a buyer around 165, just depending on where the Qs are. QQQ making new lows here, guys. Qs are making new lows. For some reason, despite the markets going lower, the VIX actually dumped there. Now trading at 675. NVIDIA appears to be wanting to go lower. Meta's triggering a bear flag. Tesla's coming in. What is happening with SWIN? SWIN, probably what, flying here? A little bit more. I have traded SWIN once or twice. Again, this one's just a huge momentum name. A little light on volume. It's only got 774,000 shares, but look at this. I don't know what's happening with SWIN, but it's trying to pump, guys. This one's trying to pump here. Daily RSI could still press higher on the daily. I mean, wow. Look at that monster move on SWIN, guys. Yikes. This one could easily hit 100 today. This one could hit 100 just based off of pure squeeze mode. Strong stock, weak market. Solid win holdings. It's tough to chase. You know, you're already up 138%. Qs keep coming down, guys. Qs keep coming down. So looking at some of those momentum names, you can see that HOLO just stuck in a range. Qs keep coming, guys. Qs are coming. NVIDIA, Meta breaking down. So NVIDIA and Meta are breaking down. Still no relative bid in the VIX. I find that very surprising. You know, Qs are breaking that bear flag, guys. Qs are breaking that bear flag on the 10-minute chart. Look at that bearish breakdown, guys. So downside target is 437.23, guys. 437.23. Wow. Big sell candle there, guys. Big sell candle. You are coming up to some support here at 438.90, 438.87. There is some support, guys. So potential day trade on watch if we keep flushing, guys. Potential long day trade on watch if we keep flushing. But a really big downside move in the Qs. Bitcoin's still holding this little bit of a trying to break out of this bull or inverse head and shoulders. But big down move in NVDA, big down move in Meta. Hey Chris, MSOS testing an upsloping trend line that I have on a 4-hour chart. It broke the last 2 days. A break above would be pretty bullish in my opinion, considering a long position at 760. Still holding UVIX at, sorry, my screen's just cut off there, at $10, but keep asking myself why. Yeah, you know, it just seems that, I think the VIX isn't showing signs of a bid today because you still have the majority of the S&P sectors green. You know, you only have one sector red on the day, which is XLK. And it just shows you every other sector in the S&P is green today, except for XLK, and you still have S&P down and Qs down, which just tells you how saturated we are in the overall tech space. You know, so what happens if we hit a broad market sell-off? You know, we really haven't seen one yet for a decent chunk of time. So I'm still expecting some sort of a broad market sell-off to hit the market at some point. I would have expected it to happen on CPI. We could still see it today. You know, the selling in tech could weigh in on the market so much that it forces other stocks lower. You know, I am seeing things starting to break down. But let's look at MSOS. MSOS for Chris. Yeah, nice little bull flag. Breakout, another flag pattern. This chart's looking nice in a strong, up 3.5% in a weak market. So that's looking fairly decent. Trying to put in a little bit of a bullish daily candle. Let's see the weekly chart. And it tapped almost right at that 618. We just missed the 618. I would have been better if we hit that 618 in my opinion. But it doesn't mean it can't push higher off this area. Nice 3 weekly bar surge into some support. You have this previous pivot zone rejection, impulse green candle breakout. You have this previous support zone. So there is some support here, and you are putting in higher lows and then a little bit of a higher high. So it is showing signs of strength, which is a nice positive sign for MSOS. We are seeing Bitcoin starting to roll here, guys. We're still holding a short on coin. That one's coming in nicely. So anybody that's taken that with us, good. But Bitcoin did fail that potential 5-minute breakout candle. So Bitcoin did fail that inverse head and shoulders bullish pattern. They say big moves come from failed patterns. There's still a chance that it could still be forming a right shoulder, a little bit more of a right shoulder. But realistically speaking, it is looking like a bit of a failed pattern. And again, I still have downside target on the Qs based off of this bear flag break is 437.23. We could see that today. That is a buyable long level. We will scoop up longs. I would like to probably trade Tesla on the long side for a bounce. If the Qs head there, I might trade the XXXX, the quadruple levered S&P. S&P is showing more relative strength today. So if the Qs get a really big bounce, the S&P, since it is showing relative strength, would likely also get a really big bounce. Wow, the Microsoft starting to break down now. More sell side pressure coming into coin, guys. Don't be surprised if Coinbase goes negative. Right now it's up 1.95%. Don't be surprised if coin goes negative, guys. Let's play ball. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's lose your momentum. MSTR is starting to pull in a little bit. SMCI also coming in hot. Guys, bigger sell coming into coin, guys. Really big sell side pressure coming into coin. So nice job on this short trade, guys. I'm still riding it for more. I'm still riding it for more. It's going to be interesting to see if they push this ban through. If they push that TikTok ban through, I honestly think it's a nail in the Democrats' coffin. I think they'll single-handedly lose the election if they ban TikTok. You know how many American users use TikTok just for memes and entertainment? More than half the population is addicted to TikTok. And if they ban it, that's, I think, you're taking away something that people like to use for entertainment. Some cases, rare cases, education. That's not going to bode well with the American public. I think that's a big mistake on the Democrats' end. Obviously, both sides are pushing it, but you've obviously heard Trump's opinion on it, saying that if they ban TikTok, Meta's stock will double, and Meta's truly the enemy of the state. That's his opinion, obviously. Caused a massive little fall in Meta the other day, and you got a big spike in Meta. And today you got a big spike off of the ban news, which got sold into. So a lot of mixed price action, but remember, stocks are always forward-looking. Meta's been a beast of a stock, so likely I think investors have priced in this potential bill being passed through, but I do think that's going to be a definitive weakness in the campaign of the Dems. I think that Trump will definitely try to exploit that and use that as a little bit of a pressure point. Yeah, nat gas still cannot decide a direction, and that leads me to think that even though it's oversold and at these depressed levels, makes me think we're heading lower, right? So when it can't decide, typically humans are more optimistic. So if price action isn't trending higher, then especially since this is oversold, likely means it's going lower. I still want it to. I wouldn't mind if it goes lower. I mean, we don't hold a position anymore, but I love this trade. We've traded it successfully over the past few dips and rallies. So I'm looking at it closely, and the more depressed it goes, the more bullish I get on a levered play. So the likes of Boyle, the likes of shorting KOLD. All right, guys, so just sitting here in a coin short. We are just sitting here in a coin short, roughly up on the trade about 2.26%. So nice little day trade scalp. Bitcoin's still bullish on the session. It's positive, but you do have weakness in other crypto coins. Alright guys, it's a little bit of a monster bid in the Qs over the last 5, 10, 15 minutes. A nice big bid in the QQQ indices, and that's because the dollar is again being faded into. Dollar again being faded into. Still have silver outperforming up 2.9, gold up 0.7, Russell up 0.5, SPY down 0.7, Qs down 0.73. Semiconductors are underperforming the market. AVGO down a couple percent. AMD down 4, NVDA down 2.8. SOXS is up 8% today. Tesla down 3. SMCI is flat. So SMCI is flat at the moment. Bitcoin trying to make another attempt at potentially a little bit of a bull flag here. Or sorry, an inverse head and shoulders. So we'll see if it wants to push higher. So right now, still all sectors green on the day except for XLK. All sectors are green except for XLK. Bart, disagree. I think hourly chart is in a clear downtrend. Nat gas will oscillate widely, but ultimately I believe it will capitulate, flush into the 150s just based on seasonality trends. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking there, Chris. That's definitely what I'm thinking. You know, it's getting a nice little bid right now off of the lows. You are putting in a potential higher low. There is even a potential inverse head and shoulders that it's trying to break out of. So take a look at this nat gas. There actually might bounce if it can firm up here. So you are trying to get above this EMA 113. Notice the rejection 1 time, 2 time, 3 time. Now we're entering that resistance zone on the 4th time. And you are triggering a little bit of this breakout here. So this is an intraday bullish pattern that should yield a little bit of upside in nat gas. You are seeing it squeeze right now. You are seeing it squeeze. But there is a little bit of an upside bias on nat gas. Could push up to about, what are we looking at here? 178. 178 or so. You'd buy more shorts if it retests 175 and 180. It's tough to short nat gas in this range. It's risky. You know, you could wake up to a 10% move, which would blow you out in literally one day. So remember, nat gas is down, you know, almost 90% from the highs. So shorting things down 90% from the highs is risky, and you're into this season, historically low price levels. You know, sub $2 on nat gas is historically a very low extreme, and within 12 months later, you're generally well above that area. But again, I'm hoping we get a flush to 167. I wouldn't even mind 150. I'd be loading the boat. I'd be loading the boat on nat gas. Russell's trying to lose its momentum. The Russell actually looks like it wants to now head lower, potential a little lower high. Qs may catch a bid. You do have Amazon pressing higher, Google pressing higher. Meta's trying to push higher. Bitcoin's now starting to come in, guys. So BTC seeing some more sell side pressure. That's good for our coin short. Hopefully we can get a little bit more on the trade. I am flush today down to this 70,800 zone. I do think that there's a strong chance we could flush there. You are seeing the Dixie for the first time today. Well, there's been another attempt today, but the Dixie is trying to curl up off of the lows. You're hitting some 4-hour chart support on the Dixie, which is the 20 moving average on the 4-hour chart. You're holding above that. And you are seeing a little bit of a micro bull flag pattern starting to form on the 5-minute chart, which is trying to press higher. So we'll see if that wants to hit Bitcoin a little bit. We'll see if that hits the major indices. Remember, the Qs still have a downside target of 437.23 today. 437.23. Apple still can't catch a bid. It's just forming bearish consolidation for the last basically hour and a half. Microsoft still trying to press higher. Google still trying to push higher, but still stuck in its bull flag range. You have the 30-year yield now up 1%, guys. 30-year yield is up 1%. BART B is both ways, trading nat gas both ways at the moment. That SWIN is now trading 1.1 million shares, so it's over a million. So there's potentially some trades in there now that you have a little bit more liquidity coming in. Still a little light for the afternoon session. In terms of the QQQ volume, let me just double check this since it's now 12 o'clock. So it's pretty light volume session. We're trading 16 million shares right now on the Qs. You can probably double that, so we're probably going to hit about 35 million on the Qs, which is actually very light. Very, very light on the Qs, which makes me think that we're probably going to see a little bit of an upside bid into the markets, but no doubt we're still putting in bearish price action. In terms of the S&P daily volume currently sitting at, just give me a sec here, 17.81 million shares. That is lighter than light. That is super, super light. So double that, you're sitting at roughly 30, about 35, 40 million. That's very light. And what is that telling us? There's not too much sell pressure. Even though we're having a down day and markets are selling, the volume is light. So since we are selling in the Qs and the volume is light, it means that there's not too many buyers stepping up here. Not too many buyers stepping up here today. But again, lighter volume also means that sell side pressure could be dwindling, which could emphasize potential bounce. But we'll see if the dollar wants to firm up today. You have the Russell trying to get a daily close above its 7-day moving average. Right now, the QQQ's 7-day moving average is sitting at 440.09, so we're currently above it. That's what I'm watching for today as a market signal. Do we get a close above the 7 MA on the Qs, or do we get rejected? Nat gas still trying to press a little bit higher here. Still have some strength in some of the staples names pushing higher. GDX gapping up today. Let's take a look at Netflix. Taking a peek at Netflix. Netflix is definitely a little bit weak today, down 0.2%. but holding up better than the market. Potential head and shoulders you need to watch out for intraday. Still very, very extended on the charts. Netflix, still very, very extended. Qs are trying to press higher here. Again, guys, you're noticing that Bitcoin made that new high today, new all-time high. And you can see the RSI putting in that bearish divergence, right? So you have your high, you have your lower high RSI with a higher high in price, and then you had another higher high today, but the RSI is really struggling in this range. You can see that it's trying to get back above this area, but if you get rejected below the 77.55, you could actually end the day with a topping tail on Bitcoin. I think that there's still a big scenario. This daily hanging man candle yesterday does suggest that there could be some more downside in Bitcoin. Still expecting more downside. It's been a relentless monster. It's been a relentless monster. Bitcoin's starting to weaken just a little bit more now, guys. Bitcoin is starting to weaken just a little bit more. Sound at that pre-market high. That's typically bullish. So it seems like a little bit of the momentum is changing. You have a little bit of upside momentum trying to form in the Qs, but downside momentum forming in crypto. Bitcoin's falling a little bit more. I think Apple's trying to form a little bit of a low here. It's been stuck in the same sideways range. So Apple's actually hasn't broken its downside range despite the Qs did dip lower. So Apple could catch a bounce here just based off of oversold conditions and holding a range. You do have potentially Tesla maybe wanting to form a inverse head and shoulders pattern here. So maybe there's a long trade on Tesla. You know, Qs are still oversold. Could be a little bit of a long trade on Apple as well. It really hasn't firmed up at all. Tesla's coming back down to our previous entry where we traded it. So you did get that wedge breakout. Now you could actually see if Tesla wants to break this little neckline here, then you could be shaping up for potential intraday inverse head and shoulders. So I mean that upside would give you a substantial move to trade. So you do have the Qs trying to firm up here. Coinbase also trying to firm up. Bitcoin trying to get back above 73K. Currently trading at 72.5. You do have the dollar still weak on the session, down by 0.9%. Let's look at Apple. Look at this range that Apple's just been stuck in. Pretty epic. Pretty epic. I mean, this is definitely a bear flag, but it's getting a little long in the tooth. It almost makes me think they're going to pop Apple. Seems too clean of a bear flag. Google going for a new high of day. A little bit of a micro bull flag on NVDA. Amazon still consolidating bullishly. Dollar still weak on the session.
Oh wow, big order on Oracle calls for next summer, 1.4 million.
Hey, Tesla.
Tesla's catching a nice bid here, guys. Apple's also trying to catch a bid. Guys, I'm going to take a long on debating on Apple or Tesla. I'm watching both here. I'm just trying to see. Tesla is trying to break that range. Apple's also curling up here. Definitely oversold on Apple. I think at the minimum we head back to the top of the range, and then it may have a little attempt at breaking out. I'm looking at a Tesla long and an Apple long. Meta's curling back up. Still holding a coin short off 267. Probably should have pulled profits earlier, but I mean, we're still in the money. Still in the driver's seat on that trade.
Yeah, came down, consolidated, came down, back tested 439 area in the Qs, and slowly trickling back up now. Look, Frank's presence just sent us up too. I like it.
Nat gas trying to make a little move higher here. So nat gas is trying to firm up just a bit. Bitcoin trying to press higher here. Still have the dollar super weak, can't catch a bid at all. VIX is still being sold in today, down a little bit. Last Friday we saw the VIX actually turn green on a Friday. Typically that doesn't happen. That's a correlation that's very, very strong. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see on Friday if the VIX can turn green again. You know, it's getting into these oversold levels again, trading at 671. Still in this huge range. There does appear to be accumulation going on in the VIX, even though it is weak. Oil still pressing higher here. Let's see. Crowd and Costco have been strangely similar today, diverging. Wonder why. Let's take a look at both those charts. So CrowdStrike and Costco. I'll dump into the 20, but I do think I think it got gobbled back up, right? I think it's substantially off of the lows. So I mean, you know, totally different sectors. CrowdStrike and Costco, but nice green stick. Now you just wait for pattern, right? If you can consolidate in the upper range of this green bar, you know, in the upper 25% range, then that constitutes a potential bull flag in the making. Obviously, it's still very, very premature. And believe it or not, I mean, typically when you get that RSI high, that first initial bounce is pretty epic, apparently, most of the time. It does take you back to the highs, if not new all-time highs. You're actually seeing Bitcoin trying to break higher again. Semis are under pressure. So that's Costco's chart. Let's look at CrowdStrike, CRWD. Right now, Qs are still holding above that 7 MA, guys. I'm still watching that daily 7 moving average like a hawk because, you know, the last few times you've dipped below it, you've had a gap down. You had a gap down below that when you closed below it on the Friday, March the 8th. You had a gap down the following day. When you closed below it on Friday, February 16th, you had a gap down and then another gap down 3 days. So that 7 MA is often a very quick short-term moving average. Yeah, it does look like similar chart between Costco and Crowd. You know, you had that big reversal on earnings, nice move up, inside green candle consolidation. I still think Crowd is going to have to do a lot of distribution in this range. You know, I still think that it comes back down to fill this gap, this earnings gap at 294. That's probably a better entry if you could be patient and wait. Am I still holding BITI? The day trade we closed yesterday for a stellar gain on the day trade, but I'm still holding a swing trade. You know, if you're members, you can just, I don't know if you're a member or not, but review to the position log. But yeah, we actually exited that day trade yesterday. We gave you that target. We said let it fill this gap. Had that big intraday push. Obviously, Bitcoin's strong again, so BITI is at the lows, Bitcoin's at the highs. But we sold that day trade for 4.7, made a nice gain on that trade. But as of now, Bitcoin is trying to press higher. Still absolute resiliency, and it's because the dollar is so weak still. So the dollar really hasn't firmed up at all. It's still super weak. That's why these crypto stocks, Bitcoin, absolutely loving it. So at the moment, you still have Meta trying to consolidate on a little bit of a 5-minute bull flag. Google trying to press higher off of its bull flag pattern. Amazon also forming a 10-minute bull flag, but it's actually looking like it's running out of momentum here, trying to curl down. NVIDIA curling down, potential 5-minute head and shoulders pattern on NVIDIA on watch. So there's a potential breakdown about to occur in NVIDIA. Again, semiconductors have been weak pretty much all session. Qs are now coming in for another little sell side program. SMCI still holding green. That's super impressive. Russell's still up 0.5%, but it looks like it's trying to come in now. Coinbase, hard rejection there from Bitcoin, potential bearish engulfing on the 5-minute chart. Qs are still coming in. Again, downside target on the Qs is still 437.25 area. 437.25 is what I'm looking at. All right, Bitcoin's selling off a little more. We're still holding a coin short, guys. We're still holding a Coinbase day trade short. Yeah, I'm not too sure why they're diverging there. It's common sense. Totally different sectors. I think it might just be a little bit of a coincidence. CrowdStrike and Costco. Totally different sectors. just actually going to switch Bitcoin here in the Qs. I just want to show you this QQQ chart intraday. Again, anyone still holding that QQQ short from yesterday, that went against us. But then you can see the gap down today and lower price action. So, I mean, that ended up working out. But look what we're trading at, right? This is your previous neckline. Remember that head and shoulders? You actually got that big bullish gap above it. But this was your previous neckline. That's what we're sitting on right now. So, I mean, you get below that, and that could trigger more bearish sentiment. So, I'm watching that neckline on the Qs very, very closely, that previous neckline. Obviously, for your actual head and shoulders pattern, you do have a bigger neckline. Right over here, this pivot to this pivot to this pivot. So you lose this neckline, you're going to probably flush down to about 437 on the chart. 437. NVIDIA curling down, Microsoft now curling down, Bitcoin curling down, Amazon curling down, Tesla rejected at the neckline, rejected at the down sloping trend line. So it is looking like it's trying to curl down. Currently below the 10-minute EMA 113. Not really a healthy sign for the market when you're below that. Short-term trend. So roughly 23 minutes. I do believe we have a bond auction at 1 o'clock. Let me just confirm that for you guys. So there might be some 1 o'clock volatility. Oil trying to press higher here again. You know, you still have the S&P down 0.1. Qs are down 0.8. SOX down 2.8. Apple down 1.3. So the only mega cap stock that is outperforming the Qs today is Microsoft. So and Google and Amazon are outperforming the Qs. Still holding this coin short. Been stuck in it for the last, couple hours here, but we're still in the money. Up almost $5 a share on the position. We are seeing crypto under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Nat gas still trying to press higher here, guys. That inverse head and shoulders on nat gas is still technically valid. But roughly to this head and shoulders neckline on the hourly chart is about a 0.63% decline in the Qs. That could happen today. Not my base case, but it could. It could happen. Still all sectors green except for XLK. You do have lumber down today. Copper up a whopping 3.3%. Let's actually look at the copper stocks. SOX still worth holding or better to sell? I still think it's worth holding. I'm still holding, to be honest. On my SOX position now, I'm up about 7.2%. But I still think it moves higher. I see SOX trying to press for $4. I'll show you this. Really we have to look at the SOXS or SOXX chart. So we'll take a look at the SOX chart first. So again, potential head and shoulders about to trigger on the SOXX. So just keep that in mind, right? We're at the neckline and you have the formation of a head and shoulders. You're right at that neckline as we speak. So I think there's actually a strong chance. Obviously, it's going to come down to what NVIDIA does. And NVIDIA is the king of kind of forcing these head and shoulders patterns to fail. But definitely on watch for. And what's interesting about NVIDIA, right? You had that massive move yesterday, that huge candle, and right now you're trying to get a close below the 7-day moving average. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. But if this pattern triggers, right now you're technically at support. So you want to give it the benefit of the doubt. But if you put in a little bit of a bear flag, you should break this neckline. I still think it's probable that you break the neckline, and that would roughly indicate another 7% decline in this SOXX, which would roughly put up the SOXS by another 21%. So I still think that's very feasible. You know, the opposite pattern is coming into fruition on the semiconductor bear ETF here. You are seeing pretty big accumulation, you know, over here. Sorry about all my lines, a lot of day trading lines, but pretty much an inverted head and shoulders on the bear ETF is actually trying to trigger. So notice how on the bear ETF you're actually above that neckline and you're looking to trigger this inverse, as opposed to the actual underlying ETF. It hasn't triggered the head and shoulders. So because the bear ETF is actually showing a little bit of a bullish divergence from the stocks, it makes me think that this pattern will likely push higher. So, I mean, upside target based off of just this pattern takes you roughly to $4. And there's a gap fill there sitting at around 409. Just going to erase some of these old trading lines.
See what happens at 141. Yes, it's trying yesterday's high. 52.37.
Got about 18 minutes till that auction.
So again, one of the reasons crude is doing so well is the bigger drawdown than expected, so implying higher demand. So consensus was for inventory to be at roughly 0.9 million, came in at minus 1.5. Yeah, so 1 o'clock in 18 minutes, we have the 30-year bond auction. So right now, the 30-year has actually been the strongest yield. Strongest yield pretty much all day has been the 30-year. And we are seeing the 30-year auction at 1 o'clock. US 30-year. A little bit of a bid coming into the markets here. Again, small caps are still outperforming today. Small caps are definitely outperforming today. Still trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag. Dixie's weakening here. But notice the 30-year has been curling pretty much up all day, rallying. So people are actually dumping bonds as we head into this auction.
Anything yet today? No, trade wise, I mean. No. Haven't done a thing. I'll wait till the auction. Got bottom tick till I go basically long on the stop out, so I'm watching.
Let's see if QQQ could actually hold it at 445.
Microsoft volume.
So I mean, you are into some resistance here on the 30-year yield. You can see this previous breakdown bar. Then you had bullish consolidation. Then you had your impulse green candle breakout. A little bit of a back test. Bearish gap down here turned out to be a reversal. So there is some resistance in this range. There's a clear channel that we're trading and chopping in on the yields. You know, that's really the support trend line for yields.
Still making new highs. Amazon is fighting tough to break out of 177. About almost 20% on this one.
A little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the QQQ 1 minute chart. So that is implying potentially some upside momentum, guys. So watching for a little bit of a potential bullish pattern on the Qs intraday. So they may want to run this up into the auction. Let me just flip back to the 1 minute chart. Just sorry about all the lines. So you can observe an inverted head and shoulders. We have broken out. This is your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. We have broken out. We have broken out of that little pattern. No confirmed break yet, but we're looking to try to break out here, guys, ahead of that auction. So again, we have roughly about a $1.80 implied upside move to trade if we get that confirmed break. So I'm actually potentially going to buy the Qs. I might let them wait to dip back to that EMA 113 and then go long the Qs, guys. So get ready for a potential long trade on the Qs. I am seeing some potential upside coming into the picture here. Google just made a new high of day. Amazon's trying to press higher. Again, everything can change based off of the bond auction in 30 minutes, but the Qs are looking a little bit more bullish at this point in time. At this juncture, we are looking a little bit more bullish. So first entry on the Qs is going to be at that EMA 113, guys. We are starting to get it to slope upwards. The Russell 2000 is trying to press higher here and break out. Potential inverse head and shoulders on the Russell 5-minute chart. So it is trying to break out. The Russell's looking a little bit better. Structurally speaking, the Russell's looking very nice at this point. Very similar to the QQQ's inverse head and shoulders, but the Russell's trying to break out. That's helping Bitcoin. Still waiting on heavy volume coming in at Google at these highs, so potentially running into a near-term top in Google today. It's up 1.77% in a weak market. Dollar's still down. Russell's up 0.6. Still holding on to a Coinbase short, guys. But Bitcoin's trying to press back to 73K. I'm still interested in buying the Qs if we retest lower. Another little attempt on Bitcoin. Trying to get through this previous little neckline. SPY's trying to go green. All right, big surge on the Qs there, guys. Big surge on the Qs. I'm still personally waiting for a potential back test. We may not get it. We may not get the back test, but I'm still trying to wait. I think I'm...
Tesla going for low of day. If you look at the chips, AMD and NVDA are completely flat since they opened up. Just sideways. On a field. What you take, sharp or are you trimming? Trimming, there you go. You got 10 minutes for that ball option. Yeah, that bond option. Ghost just hit 400% on that X. Let's go. Savage. I feel like KC has a good auctioneer voice. Oh, yeah. Did you say I do? I feel like you would. Yeah? Yeah, you went fast, you know? Because you... Damn, Sharp, you ever think about going into that line of business or what? Well, how do you think about it? Yeah. I do believe the plan. 441 here. Oh, 442 in the back. Well, it's like that video of the guy in the crowd. The video on YouTube. It was like 51 day traffic, 42 traffic going on. No. Yeah, just type in like flash crash. Video. The guy's going like postal. Alright, well, Jordan's better than you. And do you know the song Laffy Taffy? Oh, yeah. What? What's that name? It's an older song. Wait, but why do I need to hear it. If you heard it, like, just go listen. Yep, I already know it. Yep, just put it on. Yep. My daughter is obsessed with this song. Oh my gosh. So she'll grab my hand and she'll cry and she'll pull me to the Alexa. And she wants one of two songs to play. It's Road Jack or Laffy Taffy. And two completely different songs. Yeah, especially with the behind that song. Behind Laffy Taffy, she just walks around that house just bobbing up and down. Like to the whole Laffy Taffy, just smiling. It is, dude. It's such a great piece. Mr. Chico, dude.
Bitcoin's trying to press higher here. A little more volume coming into the picture. A little bit more volume coming in. Dollar's still losing momentum here. It looks like it wants to make new lows on the session. Do have a positive divergence forming on the Dixie. Should dip, make one more low of day, and then it should press higher. So Dixie's probably going to make a new low of day and then maybe reverse after that. So the first back test on the Qs is being observed here. I'm still waiting. I still think we get a dip to that EMA. So I'm just waiting patiently, still holding my coin short at this 267.04 zone. Amazon's breaking a bull flag. Apple's still stuck in a range. Tesla's still stuck in a bear range. Google pressing. Amazon pressing. Microsoft coming in. All right, the bond auction is set to occur in roughly 5 minutes, guys. So I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on coin, guys. Break-even stop loss on coin. Oil is ripping, pushing higher. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Need another coffee or something.
I'm seeing 200 and 150, and then I saw a little bit more pressure. That was holding us around the 170, but I don't see us coming back down too far unless this auction sets a catalyst. Amazon new highs. Breaking out. It's in a flat for like what, 5 months? Yeah, it finally popped up. What about the flag on the daily? The flag on the yearly. Yo, Google's playing on purpose this week. Yes. We started talking about it. Friday? Yeah, that's when we first started talking about that. Beautiful. Played the upside, played the downside, then back to upside again. We taking it off of that. I feel like such a fat kid right now. It's fucking 1 o'clock. I'm sitting here putting down like 3 racks of wins. What's wrong with that? Damn, I wish I had 3 racks of wins before. Bro, this shit's so good.
So it seems that the big impulse move on the Qs is probably waiting for that bond auction. Dollar just made new lows on the session. So dollar going into this meeting is the bond auction extremely weak. Right now, the 30-year yield is at 4.35, currently at 0.88%. Let's see if that changes upside, downside. Let's see how the bid is on the bond auction. We are seeing the Russell running into some near-term resistance. If we get a dip into this range, there might be a buyable level at the 440 range. It's risky buying the EMA 113 here now ahead because we could get a bigger dump, but markets are in a bit of a downtrend today, but we'll see if that bond auction can firm things up. Oil is going for a new high of day. So oil's continuing to grind here as the dollar falls. Guys, if we flush into 439, that's a buy, double bottom. If we pop into this 442.50, that's a short. Again, we have triggered a little bit of a bullish inverted head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart. So we are seeing the indices trying to gain a little bit of momentum here ahead of that auction. 30-year yield just upticked a bit, now up 0.95. Dollar still at the lows. Positive divergence on the dollar. This could be where the dollar puts in a little bit of a reversal intraday. Still trending lower into the meeting as yields are pushing up. Oil still near the highs of the session. Absolutely a monster on oil. A complete monster on oil. Bitcoin trying to press a little bit higher here. All right, 1 minute, guys. Actually, 20 seconds till the auction. Typically, the bond auction is delayed by 30 seconds to 90 seconds, so we may not get the move right away. But just be ready. There should be some increased volatility. Right now, the 30-year yield is at 4.35, up 0.95% on the session. Up 0.95% on the session. Bitcoin's testing 73K again. Again, we have a buyable range on the Qs at 439.14, shortable range at 442.15. Pattern has triggered a potential upside move. Typically, you do get upside spikes off these bond auctions. Break even stop on coin, guys. 267.04. Break even stop on the day trade. All right, so far a little bit of a spike in the major indices. Is the first move the wrong move, or is this bullish pattern a real intraday breakout? Bitcoin trying to make another push higher. The Russell's actually coming down. I'm seeing the 30-year yield now up 1%, so it's actually moving higher as the markets move higher. Dollar just made new low, which is why the Dixie's moving. Still seeing the 30-year up 1%. It is still showing signs of bids coming in. Bitcoin trying to push higher here, but definitely a little bit of a pump in the market. All right, here comes potentially a reversal. The volume's pretty heavy. The 30-year yield's still moving up. This might be a scenario where you see the Qs rally. Oh, everything's catching a bid here, guys. Dollar just dumped. Yields are dumping a little bit. Well, the first is lined out, but we are making a little bit of attempt at a breakout here. Bitcoin also pressing. So Qs are trying to press higher here. Dollar dumping, guys. Yield, 30-year yield now down, now only up 0.5%. So it's falling a little bit here. Dixie's falling, which is why the markets are loving it. So Dixie's now hitting your CPI low spike around 102.72. That's a big support there. That's the low of day that you hit on the CPI spike yesterday. Russell breaking out, Bitcoin pressing. Everything's pretty much pressing at the moment. I think even Tesla could be a little bit of a long trade. But the Dixie was going into this meeting with a bearish divergence oversold, but yields have softened quite substantially there. Yields have softened quite substantially. Guys, I'm actually more inclined to short the Russell in this range. If it hits that 206.50 again, I'm actually more inclined to short the Russell. We're seeing a reversal in Amazon. Microsoft's still strong. Apple's trying to curl up. So again, a lot of the mega caps that aren't really as sensitive to rates are trying to push. Tesla looks like an interesting long again off this area. So Tesla could see a little bit of an upside bias. Semi's catching a nice bid. Oil's still at the highs. What's interesting is as the markets moved up, you also had the VIX catch a bid. Now it's being sold into. Again, so since the Qs have broken out, I think we can buy the back test. If we retrace back now on the back test, we can potentially buy it. I think they may roping in new liquidity here. They may take it down and then they push it up. But look at Bitcoin go, guys, and that's because the dollar is falling, making new lows. So still keep that break-even stop on coin for the day trade. Still keep that break-even stop. Russell 2000, a little bit of a sell-off coming into the Russell now. Google's also potentially reversing from the highs. Dollar still at the lows. 30-year yields up 0.5%. But here comes the sell side pressure in the Qs, guys. You're at a pretty key inflection point on the Qs. 441.04 is really good resistance. There's an upsloping trend line that we're tagging. Dollar's still at the lows, right? So we were expecting the dollar to make a new low. It has made a new low. You have that positive divergence. Could it be the low of day? Heavy volume in the Russell. All right, guys, I'm going to try taking a short on Google here at 140.95. Short on Google. 140.95. Short on Google. 140.95. 140.95. So we are short Google right now and still short coin and holding a UVXY long at 678. NVIDIA is trying to press higher here. Qs are still trying to press higher here. I'm watching this bullish pattern on the Qs. I mean, if we break that high pivot off of the spike, we may have to take a little bit of a loss on this Google, but I am trying to front run a potential decline here. I am seeing that dollar super oversold now, hitting that CPI low. Yields have stabilized. Qs are trying to break out, but you have likes of Google softening here. So, I mean, some of the leaders that were strong all day, like Google, Amazon, are seeing some selling. And the likes of Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA are curling back up. But NVIDIA, monster candle to the upside on NVIDIA. Definitely a monster candle to the upside on NVIDIA. Qs are struggling a little bit. You know, they have every reason to rally here and trigger this inverse head and shoulders and continue the upside momentum, but they're kind of struggling here. NVIDIA is doing a lot of heavy lifting though. Apple's breaking out of that bear range. Can I hold my Coinbase puts, or it doesn't look good at the moment? I think you're okay. You know, I'm just playing risk management here. You know, I think Coinbase puts are still okay. It depends if it's a day trade or a swing trade, right? Keep in mind, I'm always usually, when I'm on the stream here, I'm always talking about day trades that I'm in. Sometimes I'll mention swing trades, but usually when I'm talking about day trades, like I'm short with a day trade at 267.04. You know, so I'm still just with a break even. You know, Bitcoin is trying to press higher here on the dollar falling. So there's always a risk it can push higher, but I don't want to take a loss on it. I'm just going to protect the trade with a break even on my common shares. So I think you're still okay, you know, depending on if they're 0 DTEs. It might be tough since Bitcoin's pressing higher here, but I still think we're okay. All right, you can see Google Qs are breaking that inverted head and shoulders pattern, so they are pressing higher here. Qs are catching a monster bid, a big monster bid to the upside. Everything is catching a bid here. Even Bitcoin is trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders pattern, looking to tack the high pivot on the day, which is really sitting at around this zone here. Just going to mark it in. So the SPY did turn green there. Qs are still down 0.5%. Google reversing here, so we're still short Google and short coin. Coin, we have a break even in place. Break even stop loss at this 267.04 zone. Still think coin can retest 258, this impulse green candle, but Bitcoin right now is showing definitely some positive signs. Google trying to move up a little bit more now. Dixie's now below that CPI spike low. So 102.70 on the Dixie. Silver's ripping, gold's ripping, oil's ripping, nat gas lagging, Qs are trying to press, NVDA ripping, Microsoft is ripping, Apple's breaking out of its range, Amazon's pressing higher, Meta's pressing higher. So everything across the board is pressing higher. We'll see if this lasts. You have the Russell trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Qs are going, trying to test that 441.60 area. Google's kind of lagging the Qs at this point in time. That's what I noticed. When the Qs were pressing up, it was really just a couple of stocks. It was NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple, and Amazon that pressed higher. And you had kind of lagging relative weakness in Meta, Tesla, and Google. Google's still strong on the day, up in a weak market, but maybe the upside momentum is pretty much maxed in. So that's one of the reasons why I shorted Google, is I just saw the Qs pressing higher and Google wasn't really moving. It was still stuck in its same range. And you are seeing Google come in just a little bit. Google's actually forming a really nasty upsloping wedge pattern on the 5-minute chart. It's creating a tight wedge. NVIDIA retesting that $900 whole number. $900 whole number. Qs are still acting well. Russell's still acting well. Off of that print, still have the 30-year only up 0.46%. Dollars going lower here, guys. Dollars coming into that previous gap fill, which sits at 102.60-ish, 102.60 even. So dollar's still at the lows, and you have Bitcoin selling, Google selling, a little bit of weakness creeping back into the Qs. Again, QQQ upside target off of the inverse head and shoulders break is 442.40. So it's about $1 away, but typically you can get a retrace lower to 440. There's a viable support at 440 on the Qs. Bitcoin rolling over a little bit here.
Amazon breakout.
She is right there at all-time highs, man. So close. She's getting very, very close. You can smack it into
All right, Bitcoin's retesting this neckline. Google falling, Q's falling, dollar trying to get a little bit of a bid off the lows. Amazon's still really strong. Apple's still trying to break out of its range. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's trying to break out of its range.
And this is pretty much, I mean, the 18,400 would have been about a 30% retracement. You can make the argument that this is as well. From the 8 o'clock highs. From the futures.
Yeah, I had 394 stock back. Right, came right up close to it.
Nice decline on Google, guys. So that seemed to be a really good short trade. At the moment, we are in the driver's seat. We are at the driver's seat. I'm looking for this EMA 113 retest. We are seeing Bitcoin starting to roll over.
Well, something's going on in the harbor. Harbor Patrol just flipped their lights on and raced through the harbor right now. Harbor Patrol. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling the waves now. The boat's all shaking back and forth. It just blew through the harbor.
Nice decline on Google, guys. I just covered half. I just covered half at the EMA 113. Beautiful trade. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss now on the rest of the half, right at this 140.83 pivot. I do think that we could actually get a retest all the way lower here. So they're now taking the Qs lower, guys. They are dumping the Qs. So we pulled profits on Google, half the position. I'm still riding the other half with runners in place. Still have my coin short. So look at this potential liquidity that they're sucked in on the Qs, and now you are retesting it lower. So there is a potential buyable range on the Qs. Let me just pull this up here. Again, Google stop loss is in place at 140.83, relieving runners. So nice little win there on Google, and I'm still leaving and expecting a little bit more. I'm still expecting a little bit more on Google. All right, guys, I'm lowering my stop on Google down to 140.74, 140.74. QQQ. All right, we can buy the Qs, guys. We can potentially buy the Qs here, although I am seeing yields trying to push higher, dollars potentially putting in a little bit of a 10-minute reversal. But technically speaking, a Q retraces to this neckline. That is buyable support. We did not fulfill the upside target on the Qs yet. We did not fulfill the upside target on the Qs as of this inverse head and shoulders. Now, the thing about it is that the Qs are still weak on the session in a downtrend, right? So we have to be mindful and cognizant of that. Google's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Coinbase still rolling over. So nice little short on Google. And let's see if we can get some more. Hopefully everybody was able to catch that with us. That was a pretty nice, easy, relaxed trade on the mega cap. We're still seeing NVDA down 2.4. Microsoft's almost green. SMCI up 1.1. Tesla down 3.4. Bitcoin still hanging up 1.8%. Coinbase up 2.66. So again, this is an aggressive trade, guys. This is an aggressive trade. Buying this breakout zone here at 440 is aggressive. If you're a little bit more conservative, you wait for this lower boundary trend line around 440, maybe even the whole number of 440. If you're extra conservative, you wait for 439. I'm going to try to take a little stab. I mean, it really depends. I don't like this potential 1-minute bear flag forming. You know, if this gets a little bit of a bearish consolidation, I'm going to wait for this lower boundary 440, 10, 440 area. Google, we're still holding Google on the short side with an in-the-money stop at 140.74. That I see Google flushing down to 140.40, maybe 140.45. Amazon's reversing.
I don't know about really good, but Well, yeah, I think, well, risk to reward, if you want to get into a position, I would rather get calls here than to be chasing puts.
Okay, yeah. Objection that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
NVIDIA is still pretty firm here, guys. It's holding up decently well, putting in a little bit of a potential bull flag consolidation. Again, Qs are trying to press higher here, so maybe Tesla's also looking like a nice potential long scalp. It is trying to curl to the high side. Definitely more oversold compared to the general market, so Microsoft did put in a 10-minute bearish engulfing candle, so perhaps the upside high on Microsoft is in. A little bit of a bearish candle on Microsoft. The Dixie did put in a 10-minute bottoming tail, so that's one of the reasons that the market upside has been sort of snuffed here. Tesla still curling, Meta coming down, Google coming down, Amazon coming down, NVIDIA trying to curl, put in a bull flag, Apple bull flag.
Could be building a little flag here on NVIDIA, AMD. Microsoft right at break even. Volume shelf seeming to support for now.
Wow. Anyone using Predictogram, it's a horrendous day on Predictogram. The predictions today are going against many people. You know, I'm having a pretty horrific day myself on Predictogram, batting 64%, and I'm actually still in first place. I did not expect that. Jeez, that's odd. But definitely a rough day for predictors on Predictogram today. Wow. Really rough day. Which tells you that it's been a lot of chop and slop and very lucrative for the market makers. But, you know, in terms of trades, we've still been able to execute a nice trade on Google. We're still in the money on Coin. And we're slightly down on UVXY. Did pull some win on Tesla, nice little long on Tesla. Apple's maybe looking constructive to move higher here. Does appear that it wants to move higher.
Strange is buy hedge pressure is 514.50 and Q's is 542. So
Yeah, like
below hedge pressure and above hedge pressure. That's why there's not a lot of conviction either way.
Look at this tweezer on SPY for me.
All right, so you do have the Qs trying to curl to the upside. Remember, Google stop is at 140.74, so it's about 4 cents away. So we're still locking in a gain regardless of the outcome of this trade. So the trade is risk-free. I'm still riding my coin down. I still want more. I'm trying to be greedy on this. I think Bitcoin's in a distributive price action range. I think it's on borrowed time here. You're seeing semis under pressure, seeing the whole QQQ complex under pressure. I think it's only a matter of time until crypto starts to become under pressure. Super extended move. You actually have Ethereum that's negative on the session. So Ethereum today failed to make a new high and has now gone negative despite the strength in the total crypto market cap being up on the session 1.34% and as well as Bitcoin being up on the session. So whenever I start to see Ethereum, because honestly, Ethereum typically generally likes to outperform Bitcoin. It's almost like a gold-silver relationship. And when I start to see Ethereum break down, that's telling me that, okay, a little bit more of the speculative side, a little bit more of the spec money is starting to rotate out. All right, guys, Google is about to stop us out at 140.74. Google is about to stop us out on the running trade. It just stopped me out there, guys. So we took a nice little win on Google. A little bit of lunch money there. Nothing too big, nothing too small. Nice, simple, clean short on Google. But I did get stopped out on the second half of the trade, still holding coin short.
Here we go, SPY.
Okay, so let's go back to the drawing board on the Qs. Let's see if we can catch a trade. I still think that If we get a dip on the Qs, we can potentially buy it. Obviously, we triggered an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute here, but then when we go to this new neckline, we got to be mindful that there could be a head and shoulders developing. Dollar's still going lower. Dollar's still going lower.
We can go up to like the 415, 420 area.
Nice wick there on the 15-minute.
VIX is getting sold into. So, I mean, the fact that I think the VIX is getting sold into likely means the Qs want to keep pressing higher. You can see the resistance pivot, which kept its price action in check, is just simply drawn across from this pivot high all the way across. Now approaching 130 on the time frame. I am probably going to wrap this stream up a little bit earlier today, as I do have a couple things I need to take care of. Actually, I'm attending a yoga class at 4:30, so I'll have to get a couple of my mats and blocks in store. I don't typically do yoga. I have done hot yoga. I've had some hot yoga memberships, but been invited out to a yoga class. So I'm going to try to work on my flexibility and my peace, my tranquility, my meditation.
NVIDIA's nice little flag here, testing 900 again.
So you have Google trying to reverse lower again. You have NVIDIA pressing, Apple pressing higher, Tesla pressing higher. Bitcoin trying to curl down, still holding this coin short, which we are in the money at the moment. The Russell, guys, is into that double top on the Russell, guys. I am going to look high risk trade. I am short the Russell here, 206.55. 206.55 short the IWM. This is a 1/4 position. 206.55 short the Russell, guys. Russell's had a beautiful move into the high of the range. You're into a double top here. I'm short the Russell at 206.55. So if we look at this 10-minute chart on the Russell, this is where we got rejected previously. And you're right back up into that region again. Except this go around, the dollar's a little bit more oversold. And we should see the dollar try to at least firm up at these levels. Oil still at the highs, VIX going lower.
Look how bad your chips are. Yeah, it's leading us. Yeah. Last 2 weeks, seem to buying this back up. New high. New high Amazon.
Push.
Amazon's ripping. Tesla's getting pressed higher. NVIDIA's recapturing a lot of the lost gains.
She don't like 141.
Qs are pressing.
Yeah, Amazon continuing to break out.
Coinbase coming down still, so that's good to see. We're still in the driver's seat on coin, guys. On the trade, we're up about 2.19%, just under $6 per share, so that's good to see. That's very good to see. I do like the fact that we are in the driver's seat of coin. Markets have been moving up, but coin's still moving down, so I like that a lot. I do like that a lot.
Is 140.55 to 141.10. According to the 4 hours.
NVIDIA's still absolutely flying here. Tesla's running into some resistance. Bitcoin coming down a little bit. Oil still at the highs.
141.09, yeah. I've got that halfback marked at 94.25 for a Trump, and then 415 to 420 area for the target. Did you long NQ? Yes, sir. at 57.
Ooh, good deal. Jeez. Trying. What do you have now? Like 100 points?
Nah, 30.
Oh, NVDA.
40. Yeah, NVIDIA's flying. That's I added
The juice.
I added one back because I saw that. So there's 30 points right there from.
So NVIDIA is still ripping higher here, guys.
Beautiful longs.
Push.
Yes. Trim one
For
here.
those that don't know, I believe that's what, $600 per contract?
Yeah. 30.600 bucks per.
Here we come, 400.
We're
almost
trimming
there.
one right here.
Get it, boys.
This is the true halfback.
Russell's still trying to press higher. Yep, Paul, thank you for joining. Your early membership. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Paul.
To 420.
So at the moment, we're still riding a coin short, guys, and a Russell 2000 IWM short. Coinbase is being sold into here. Coinbase is being sold into.
Not much. It's up about
Like 20 points.
6-7 points on ES from the pullback.
Okay, so it's like 350 per contract gain.
Yeah, speaking of, I need to take one off of there as well.
SPY right now is trying to close it. Let's see. It closed the 30-minute above the orb. See if it holds. If it breaks back under, it's possible to look above and fail.
So
It probably will go all the way back down towards the lower to the bottom.
new high day. Look how hard that slammed off 94.
Nice rejection on the Russell, guys. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Let's go. Let's go coin. Let's go Russell. Google coming in. NVIDIA's still very, very strong. Nice move down the Russell, guys. Come on, Russell. Give it up. Give it up. Show some weakness.
I think so, yeah.
Come on, NVIDIA. Still riding coin down. Still riding coin down, guys. So at the moment, we have a Coinbase short off the 267.04. We have a Russell short pretty much into that double top, riding at 206.55 average. I see the Russell. I'm looking for a cover here at this 206.19. I'm going to cover half the position at that EMA 113. But I do think that we retest this downsloping neckline. That's your little bit of a breakout. Nice declines continuing to come into the picture here, guys. Pretty decent decline coming in. It's now 1:33 on the clock, so we'll see if the Qs can fulfill its upside target, or let's see if we get rejected. You know, Tesla looking for new lows. Meta's curling down. We are seeing some sell-side pressure creeping into this market. Huge decline in the Russell there on volume, guys. Things are looking a little bit shakier here. S&P still green. Q's negative. Russell green. You know, if the Russell loses this neckline here, you actually could flush all the way into the end of the day to 205.69. 205.69. There is a gap fill sitting at that 205.69 here for this Russell trade. I mean, we are at the moment, you're seeing a very hard rejection off that area. Again, this was the exact same level I told members to in the chat this morning to fade the Russell at 206.50 to 207. I said fade the Russell. Look at that. Perfect trade. And now we're back at that same entry. We're fading it again here on the live stream. And it's working out perfectly. Absolutely stunning. Stunning. All right, guys, I just covered half of the IWM. Half of the IWM at 206.16. We're tagging that EMA 113. We're actually piercing it. I covered half of the trade. 206.16. Half of the trade. And I'm going to put a stop loss now on the second half basically right above this pivot. So 206.37 stop loss is in place on the Russell. I'm expecting more downside in the IWM, but you are hitting some support as we speak. So we want to just pare back some profits since we have had a pretty nice decline intraday. So you still have relentless strength in NVDA trying to press higher. NVIDIA is actually, attempting to try to go green here. You're into a big wide range red bar breakdown. If you can chew through that volume from that 9:30 a.m. breakdown, I mean, you could go green, but it's a long shot. Semis are still weak on the session.
Where exactly is that? 516.70.
Meta curling down. Looks like it wants to go lower today. Qs are potentially trying to press higher here.
Okay, makes sense. That's where we rejected in the morning too, like around 10:45. And
This one's not like an ATR. It's from the ATR spec. It's one of the bids.
we're still in the game, Sharky.
So the 30 yield's trying to creep back up. It's only up about 0.58%, so it has pulled back a little bit. 10-year yield's up 0.65. The dollar's put a little bit of a bottoming tail, 10-minute chart, but still super, super weak. An hourly candle still very, very weak. 20-minute chart still looks weak.
The last 20 minutes, so we did the last like 2 hours. Still holding the EMA 9 on the Qs.
Qs are still trying to press higher. Again, that inverse head and shoulders seems to be wanting to play out to the upside. You just keep getting rejected at the same 441.55 level, 441.56. So we've been rejected once, twice. Now it's coming up for a third test. NVIDIA still curling up. Meta trying to curl up. Apple trying to curl up. Tesla's lagging. Tesla's actually got a potential head and shoulders now on the 5-minute chart that if you break the neckline, I mean, it's more downside for Tesla. Just not a strong looking chart on Tesla. Let's look at the QQQ position here. Again, guys, Tesla looks like it wants to go lower. Russell also is getting sold into a little bit more. So NVIDIA is really staying firm. I'm going to hold it overnight, Bart, the UVXY. I'm going to hold it. You're into this really, really big range down here. Lots of volume, lots of buyers. So my average is 678 on the day trade. I'm gonna swing that overnight. See if we can get some. There's a lot of data tomorrow, so there should be more of market volatility. But look at this Tesla chart. You break this little neckline here. You got a left shoulder. You got a head. You got another right shoulder forming. That indicates potentially more downside in Tesla, guys, of roughly another 1.3% decline if that comes into play. What indicator, Tom's saying, what indicator for EMA 113. So I have the EMA 113 pretty much on all my charts. I'm actually going to clean up my Bitcoin chart here because it's a little bit messy with all these moving averages. But the EMA 113 is in orange. And you just type in on TradingView. You go to this little indicator tab, click it, type in EMA 113. Or sorry, just type in EMA. Should come up. Exponential moving average. Right here. And then you got to input 113.
Yeah, you gotta pay the gas. My acne's almost gone. You buy the gas, I'll take you out. It's only like $3 grand. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Oh, I got you.
He meant you could hang out on the boat, but stay down.
Stay. No.
Big push up there on the Russell. It is trying to press higher. We'll see if it can gain its footings. QQQ running into some near-term resistance. Google curling down. So that one's been a strong leader all day. So when the strong stocks start to potentially wane and weaken, that could be telling us that maybe the indices will see some downward pressure late into the session here.
Between June and August. Okay. Yeah, just let me know. We're not 100% sure. I'll likely be around. Hit me up. I want to see the Ace the Kid routine in the morning for trading.
And for, skincare.
I want to see Casey hurling outside the boat. Oh no. I don't care. Bro, you want the hat from my
Google is continuing to trend lower here. Russell putting in a little bit of a bear flag. Coin still holding that one on the short side.
I've been trying to keep up with my shit. I just spent like $100 the other day.
So just holding coin on the short side. We're in the driver's seat on that trade. Russell on the short side off this 206.55 area in the driver's seat. And we're holding UVXY at 678 as a day trade. UVXY just keeps getting faded into though. You now have two other sectors have turned red on the market sessions. So healthcare and real estate, XLRE and XLV have turned red. So a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Not just XLK that's down anymore. You have a couple other sectors starting to show a little bit of signs of weakness, distribution. Still a lot of strength though in the market. Lots of green on the screen across the board. But we just got to be mindful that, you know what, when other sectors start going from green to red, that could mean that the S&P may start to weaken as well, which right now you had the S&P relatively strong on the session. So if the S&P starts to weaken, that's likely going to put more pressure on the Qs and the whole market. Google continuing to fall. Anyone still holding that short? Nice job. You'd be up 50 cents per share. We're still holding Coinbase up about $7, just over $7 a share. I'm going to move my stop loss down on the Russell, guys. I'm going to move my stop loss down to here, 206.25. Locking in at least 25 cents, 206.25. Wonder if the Dixie is going to try to firm up late in the session here. There's a potential that the Dixie may want to start to firm up. Russell still going lower here, guys. And this is the Dixie now trying to firm up. So the dollar is showing some signs of strength. It is trying to firm up. Notice Coinbase is selling off despite Bitcoin just holding its range.
TSLA going for the lows. I don't like that 15-minute candle. We're gonna come back down to the bottom of the range. Maybe it doesn't like it.
So Casey actually full court book. Is that what you're telling me to do?
100%.
Is that baby Casey or baby baby?
You might have heard my daughter.
I guess she's not the baby Casey anymore. She's just
Coinbase is still coming in, guys. Still coming in.
aren't they all?
They weren't kidding about the whole terrible
Dude, my son, I think he's 2.5 now. And he just started where now, no matter what, like whatever you say to him, he's like, you know, that gallon. And then you're like, okay. And he's like, yeah, 1 gallon. And then it's back and forth with that over and over. No. And then you take away. He's like, no, I want it. No, I don't want it.
Oh yeah, we're still in that phase. So she's probably right. She must be right behind here at the time. Is his birthday in October?
His birthday is in August.
Okay. He's got 3 months.
Tesla's testing, pretty much looking to break that little head and shoulders neckline. So I mean, you are breaking it on the 5-minute chart as we speak. So that does imply a move down to about 168 on Tesla. Still just bleeding. Wow. So Tesla not showing any sort of strength in this market. Just keeps on getting sold into. It's almost doing like the reverse of what NVIDIA's been doing. NVIDIA's just been a relentless monster to the upside. Tesla to the downside. 30-year yield is moving up now, up 0.72. So you are starting to see the 30-year yield trying to push up here. Oil's looking to try to break above. Again, what's interesting about oil, I'll actually save that for members tonight. I'll discuss that. The video tonight, members, maybe a little bit later. Not as late as last night. I apologize about that. Had to help my girlfriend with some things. Different platform, Paul. Different platform. I just use my TradingView for charting.
Sharky wants that 400.
I run my brokerages off of, I actually have 3 smartphones in front of me. I run my brokerages off of 2 smartphones beside me. And I have 3, what are these? I think they're 36-inch monitors. 3 36-inch curve monitors that I do my main charting on. And I have an iPad and a laptop beside me. A couple laptops actually, but I only really use the one for news. Bitcoin trying to press higher here, guys. Bitcoin is trying to press higher at the moment. So this is on the back of the Qs, and the Russell still looking weak. Guys, I'm going to move my Russell stop loss down right above this EMA 113, 206.20. So we're locking in a little bit more gains, 206.20. Thanks to TradingView, you found my website and channel. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm very active on TradingView. You know, there it's a nice platform. I do like it. Again, if you're not used to TradingView, it's a very user-friendly platform, great charting software, a lot of different charts you can access, a lot of cool features where you can compare, overlay. So it's all around, it's a very user-friendly, and it does It does the job. It does the job quite well. And they have perks on TradingView. You can do a lot of referrals. You can actually, I've almost paid for my entire membership. One pro tip, I always buy the TradingView Black Friday special where they do the 70% discount. I just pay for my full membership for the year. It's an investment that we use each day. And why not save 70%? So I just pay the yearly rate for the for TradingView. So I have the premium account. I think it's just over $400 that they charge for a full year for the premium account, and you get to access it across different devices. You get multiple different custom layouts, many different indicators. So there's a lot of perks to it. But Black Friday sale for TradingView is the best time to buy. If you haven't used TradingView before and you want to try it out, Black Friday is the best discounted rate that they do, and they do it every year. Their biggest Black Friday sale. So I just renew my membership every Black Friday because it's a 70. You can't beat a 70% discount. All right, guys. So indices seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Tesla's broken down bearishly. You're seeing Coinbase still being sold into, so that's beautiful for our short. I'm still riding this one. I may even swing Coinbase overnight. I do hold swing shorts, so it's a little bit risky. You're holding the day trade. PayPal having a great day. Yep, Tom, we discussed PayPal earlier. It's having a fantastic day. It's having a fantastic day. There's that one daily gap fill. If you can get above there and consolidate, then it's going to press for a weekly inverse head and shoulders trigger, which gives it a nice upside bias. I agree, Bart. Yep, that's amazing. You got the Black Friday deal as well. Yep, that's beautiful. We're traders, we're investors here, so we're all obviously all trying to look for the best deal, the best ROI. And to me, when they give a 70% discount off the trading software, it's a kind of a no-brainer for me. I used to just pay it monthly, but again, when the first time I saw that Black Friday deal, I was like, yeah, sign me up. And then, yeah, they did do that cool little discount, 1 month free. But there's other charting platforms out there that are really good. All right, guys, we're well in the driver's seat here, guys. Another nice, beautiful day trade on coin, guys. Yesterday we made over 5K shorting coin on the downside. Today we're up a couple thousand on coin again on the day trade. We just needed to decline back to the lower levels, and really Bitcoin hasn't even seen a big move down. So I do like the fact that crypto stocks are under pressure here. How's Mara doing today? Has that gone negative yet? Almost negative. Not quite though. S&P still green. Qs are trying to push up. Russell just stopped me out, guys, for a nice 35-cent gain on the second half. So I'm all out of the Russell 2000. Qs are actually trying to break out here and go for that upside target. So QQQ is firming up. What's interesting is you're kind of seeing a little bit of weakness creep into the Russell, but strength creeping back into tech. So a little bit of rotation, but Qs are looking like they're going to attack that target, that 442.50, 442.40 target. That's your inverse head and shoulders move. Hey, Tom. I'm in Arizona, and with the time chain markets open at 6:30, not entirely awake then. Hey, that's totally okay. I mean, there's some weird time zones. I like the time zone I'm in that I trade with, here in Toronto, New York time. But there's some interesting time zones. I don't know who the best. I'd have to really move around and try out different time zones. But, I know Spain's kind of a cool time zone. You get to basically trade. I think, what's the time zone difference between Spain and me? Let's look that up. Spain time zone. So yeah, right now Spain's about a 5-hour difference from me. They're 5 hours ahead. I mean, if you're trading in Spain, it's roughly 6:55 p.m. Kind of cool. Trading in the evening, you have your whole mornings, you have your most of your afternoon, and then you trade. But yeah, it's kind of rough getting up at 6:30 every morning. I mean, 6:30 generally I'm up in the morning, well before the market opens. Technically, pre-market opens at 4 a.m. So I know there's traders in my time zone that actually get up at 4 a.m. and try to sift through all of the headlines, all of the catalysts that they can potentially trade. I give my hat off to them. That's certainly a crazy time to get up to try to execute trades and read headlines before everyone else. But that's what it sometimes takes. That's not my strategy to do. I do try to find catalysts and try to see catalysts through, but I'm not a catalyst trader specifically, a day trade catalyst. How's Boeing? I haven't actually looked at that because that one had a big breakdown, but it had a 3-bar surge, gap down, so down move was occurring in Boeing. Oh, it's still actually getting sold into today. So, guys, Boeing's getting interesting for a day trade. You're getting those oversold conditions. You can see it tried bouncing today, and it got sold into. I am seeing and observing this nice little parallel channel that it does seem that Boeing wants to maybe tag. Let me just adjust this. So you can see Boeing is into some support here, this parallel channel. But if we can get a flush on Boeing into this range here, this 177 range, that would be a stellar buy opportunity in my opinion. But even at this level, it's a good risk to reward in my opinion. It's a decent risk to reward. A lot of negative headlines. Boeing still has a duopoly over everything. I think we get one more little gap down tomorrow on Boeing, and it becomes a massive power that it had today, right? Still would have been a nice day trade on the long side. Had you even tried picking it here at the open, could have scalped a few percentage points. What is that? That's about just under 1.5% move up there. You had another 1.5% move here. So Boeing's in that range where it's getting oversold. You are into support that you can have these big intraday swings. Obviously, it got sold into today again with the weak market, but you can see that buyers tried stepping in there and bouncing it. It just did not quite hold. Just did not quite hold. But definitely a bearish breakdown. Trend is likely going lower. You did get a death cross on the Boeing daily chart. I didn't put that chart in the members chat a few days ago, but if you throw in the daily 200 and the 50, notice how we got that death cross a couple days ago where the 50 down intersects with the 200 in a downtrend. That's the death cross. Typically, it's actually a good thing to buy the death cross. In the short term, you do typically get a bounce, but the medium to longer term trend typically doesn't mean positive price action for Boeing. But Boeing's in a world of its own. You still have backlogs across so many different commercial air makers, flights, or airplane makers. So it's still a stock that people are probably going to bid up because really the market doesn't have many options. There's not really many options to go to. All right, so we're still just writing our coin short down. Really, coin's been faded all day, last hour here, and Bitcoin hasn't moved. So either coin is telling us that Bitcoin may dump, or Bitcoin's lying. One or the other. Coin's either saying Bitcoin's going to dump, or it's lying to us. But we are in the driver's seat on coin, guys. We are in the driver's seat on coin.
and SQ were doing good. You see X, US Steel? Rough, man. Ooh. Poor thing. My boy goes to my Twitch strategy. Made like 1,000%. Wow, yeah, US slam. Go see the show full time.
You can trade both Europe and North America from Spain. Beautiful. That's a nice perk. Dollar is trying to move up off of the lows here. Dixie is trying to move up. Still super extended daily chart on the Qs. Sorry about all the day trades. Qs are still struggling at this area, this 441, but slowly putting in higher high. But the fact that each high is becoming a little less than the previous is showing that, okay, maybe we're running out of a little bit of momentum here. Still want to give the bullish pattern the benefit of the doubt. You are seeing the likes of NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft still curling to the high side.
Sometimes the link just actually, like for predictogram, how it like shows it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys aren't doing that. You're just actually no. I have it.
You're a shark.
Come on now.
You made 50.
Close.
Now I see. What's up, Asha?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Good to have you back on. Ready to roll here in a minute?
Yeah. Lock and load.
All right. All right, I'm getting my post up and then I think good to go. Sounds good. Yeah, we've been talking a bit about everything today as well, so decided to get a little more of a deep dive into it. Perfect. All right, my post is up. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that at the top of the space and we can go in here. I see got Jaguar in the audience. Yeah, I got it. Perfect. Got it. And then I think that's pretty much everybody that we wanted to have on stage. So we can go and get rolling into this here. Let's for the audience.
Tax is high in Spain, capital gains tax. Interesting. Still lower than Canada. What about Singapore and Philippines? Not too sure. I've never been. I've heard Singapore is beautiful. I've had a couple friends that live in the Philippines, but I've never been personally.
The stock market just continues to kind of pump up here, and people are buying into this. I mean, true degen activity out here, both in the stock market as well as obviously the crypto market. People are trading over 73K, trading up almost 74K this morning. Not just that, just look at the altcoins that are running, and there's just a lot of money that's pouring in. I think anyone that's invested for a few years can remember we've had good times like this recently, right? I mean, think back to SPY just absolutely running up in late 2021. Then it all started to fade away, and then a lot of people kind of got rid of the new one as we faded all the way down from 480 to 48, returning to the highs we're at now, 500. And in the meantime, there were some people that massively used puts to protect their position. But if you're an average retail investor, and let's say you're investing in things like NVIDIA, Tesla, and other areas, my guess is most of you don't own 100 shares of these things, right? Maybe you own 5 shares, 25, something along those lines. Like 26.30, right? Fraction shares. So how do you protect yourself? A put is not going to actively hedge you. A put actively hedges you to 100 shares, but if you don't have that. In addition with that, you fully understand timing and stripes, dates, all those pieces. So what we're talking a little bit about here today is a product that is seriously revolutionizing this. They're the first ones to get this to market, and I think going to absolutely give a huge boost to retail that are trying to protect their portfolio, and that's Belay. I made a post about this in top of the space. If you're in the space, just take a call. You've never seen anything like this. I promise you. There literally is nothing like this. Go to the post, it's in the top of the space, or it's lots posted on my timeline, or a bunch of these guys have been talking about it today. And look through it. You can actually see this is the first time ever that you'll be able to buy a straight up insurance policy on any amount of shares that you would like.
We are seeing Bitcoin starting to roll over just a little bit. Qs are starting to push up.
You can look through and check out. And there's more coming every single day. So if there's one thing you want to see up there, I know we talked ARM this morning, Whale. We're going to do our best to continue adding more of these, basically just finding the market for it, finding liquidity, and continue getting this rolled out. So that's kind of high level here, just to what we're talking about. I brought on some people today, as well as Ashi from Play, to, we're just going to talk to them with questions. If you have questions in the audience, we're happy to take them. If your question is, why don't I just use clicks? Hopefully I can explain that. If you have more in-depth questions, we can get to it. We've talked about the tax stuff in some spaces. We're going to move away from that for this space, and we're going to focus more just on the intricacies of how this works and stuff like that. Thank you, Evan, for posting if you agree with that. All right. That being said, let's roll into this.
Tesla's still looking very, very weak on the session. You have AMD curling down. NVDA still trying to consolidate bullishly. Bitcoin falling. Google's looking a little bit weaker in this zone. Microsoft's still looking strong. Apple curling down a little bit.
First of its kind, we're really glad that we're part of that sort of bleeding edge in terms of this type of innovating for saving investors in the market. So you kind of just hit the nail on the head. We're here to protect a lot of those gains, especially with the way the market's been ripping lately. Quite simply, you buy protection of a single name.
Let's look at SOUN. SOUN. Yeah, look at that.
Let's just say 2 weeks from now, you sell at 160.
Wow. Clinical backtest of support. That is a thing of beauty. What an epic retrace to support. It doesn't really get any cleaner than that on a technical basis, right? You look at this previous little support range, pivot high to pivot high. Yeah, you really don't get a cleaner back test on SOUN on the daily chart than that. And this is going to push, probably this momentum is going to take you well over $10. You have some resistance at 9. You can see this pivot high here. But this is looking very, very positive. This potential chart. It looks like it could squeeze much, much higher here. Like simply from the low of this range down here to this little breakout zone. Yeah, we should push up to about that 877 level pretty easily. And then really from there, you're kind of into just a price discovery mode. There's not really too much resistance. Once you clear this pivot here at roughly $9, just under $9, there's not really much resistance, guys. All right, Coinbase continuing to bleed, guys. Coinbase is almost looking like it wants to go negative. More weakness creeping into the Qs at this point. NVIDIA seeing some sell side pressure. Same thing with Google. Tesla had a big, big bearish breakdown, guys. Tesla breaking lower. Tesla just keeps declining ever so precipitously.
you had brought up options in the beginning of the space here, and yeah, that's one of the limitations that we've seen with options that whale users have hundreds of shares.
Nice decline coming into the Qs, guys. Oil's pressing for a high of day. Oil's just a monster today, guys. Just an absolute monster on oil. XOM at the highs, XLE at the highs. Wow. This inflationary fight is going to get out of hand really quickly if oil keeps moving and consolidating the way it is. I mean, you're just seeing underlying strength in oil day after day after day. Every dip getting gobbled back up. So you look at WTI crude, and that's going to be super inflationary. Look at that breakout on the 1 minute chart. Whew, that's picture perfect. Picture perfect, guys. Picture perfect on oil crude. But look at this little bit of a close, a bullish close back above the neckline. So let me just erase some of these trend lines just to clean up the chart. But you can see another key back test of that EMA 113, and now you're back above this neckline. So the fact that you're back above this neckline does open up a probability of a potential upside move of roughly 14%, almost $90 a barrel in oil. Can you imagine what XLE and energy stocks would be doing if oil heads to 90 bucks? Quite fascinating in my point of view. And again, this just points to higher inflation, guys. Points to higher inflation.
This isn't designed for you to make money on the insurance. It is rather designed to help you protect any gains and really prevent you from experiencing excessive losses, especially in the sector.
So is the person then allowed to sell?
Ram said I'm with you for swing trade, holding my puts on coin. So Ram's going to swing his overnight. Ram is going to swing his coin trade overnight. I don't know. I might take probably half because I do hold a fairly decent size still on the swing short side. So, there might be other opportunities tomorrow. We have a whole host of data in the morning at 8:30. So there could be other opportunities where, I'm not saying you can't make money if it falls tomorrow. It's just there might be other trades where you could use your capital to make more money. But as of now, I'm still holding my coin short. So Tesla bounced off of the low 170.30 that I gave you. It actually hit a low of 170.24, give or take. Notice the Qs are really struggling at this high pivot resistance. Dollar's still weak. Yields are still trying to move up. I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, so we're seeing the indices trying to push up here. QQQ still back at the same resistance that it keeps getting rejected at. You know, the more times we hit this resistance level, the weaker it gets. But we're now hitting it, potentially forming a lower high. So notice we hit it here, high, higher high, higher high. This is, we're hitting it off of a lower high potential. I'm actually just going to cover my coin short here, the day trade, at this 256 zone. 256 zone. I am seeing Bitcoin spiking a little bit. What's interesting is you also have the dollar trying to move up here. So I did close the day trade coin short. That's a nice day trade again. Wrote it down from 267. And Coinbase did go negative there. So a little bit of a signal where you have Bitcoin, Binance, the total crypto market cap pushing new highs again. And Coinbase has gone negative. So a little bit of bearish divergence starting to occur in a lot of these crypto stocks like Mara, Coin, showing that speculative money is starting to take profits in this range. Tesla's at the low of day, Google selling, Microsoft pushing up. Microsoft's gone positive in a week tape. Oil's just made a new high of day, trading above $79 a barrel. So nice little trade on Coinbase yet again. So that trade. And again, the DXY is starting to just creep up a little bit. So it's interesting to see Bitcoin catching a little bit of a bid here while simultaneously having the Dixie trying to push up. Dixie's still negative on the session, but it is trying to firm up. Nat Gas just got sold into, testing the lows of the day, so just can't catch a bid. Bearish sentiment in Nat Gas is in full force. So a few of the large mega caps trying to push up. Google, which has been strong all day, curling down. Microsoft's green, pushing up. Apple's trying to push up. Maybe retest 170, 183, your next resistance. Amazon curling up. Tesla's at the lows, finding some support here. So 170 is a potential bounce on Tesla, this 170 area, for a swing trade. But you only run the risk, you know, 165 is a little bit better in my opinion. So here comes the Qs. The Qs are now looking likely to press higher into the end of the day. It does appear the volume is light enough that we should push higher on the Qs.
we've really kind of taken that complexity. And that's why I joined the team.
Even the Russell 2000's catching a nice bid. Tesla at this level is a pretty decent risk to reward entry, just using lowest day as a stop loss. So, if you're wanting to go long Tesla here, I have no qualms about it. I'm just using the stop loss as the low of day. I'm still waiting to see if the Qs can get above this little region.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question.
Meta's curling up as well.
They sit behind every single policy this week. So delaying terms of services as the agency goes through issues of policy, that's part of with our funding here that I had mentioned earlier. And so part of the real-time check there is that they have to be able to do, they're also guaranteed as a backstop, if for whatever reason delay cannot pay out a claim, there's someone there that can also pay out that claim. So everything is double, triple.
Microsoft at the highs of the session. SPY positive, Russell positive, Q's negative. Weakness in semiconductors, strength in commodities like gold, silver, Bitcoin, nat gas still weak. But energy stocks are absolutely flying. They have been flying. Bitcoin still seeing some buyers stepping in. Tesla's at the lows again. Google curling down. Hey guys, sorry, I'm back in the swing of things here, jumping on the mic yet again. So basically we've seen the markets just chopping in a sideways range. The Qs did have a little bit of a sell-off there. Same thing with the Russell. Russell actually took a pretty decent decline there. Bitcoin still remaining strong. Amazon saw some sell-side pressure. Tesla's still super weak on the session. TC, let's see, sorry, I'm just catching up on some questions here. TC, can you give those that pay for YouTube content a percentage discount on web yearly membership? Can you give those that pay for YouTube content a discount on the web yearly membership? I can talk to the team about it, Michael. I can explore that. I'll have to talk to technical support. Honestly, I don't really handle the discount and promo codes and the fee structure. I have my tech support that's helped me set that up. But I can certainly look into it. Honestly, Michael, I would just recommend that since you're a member already through the Trading Capital website, you really don't have to continue the YouTube subscription. The Trading Capital subscription through the website is much better than the YouTube. We're actually considering potentially deactivating the YouTube servers. We may launch a little bit of a paid service for the day trade room, live day trade room, but we're just because YouTube actually takes so much of the revenue. You know, when you guys are, say you buy a little bit of a package through YouTube, they're taking roughly 50% of the revenue. So, you know, say a membership is $50 through YouTube, they take, 25 of that. So it's pretty crazy in the sense that they take such a big portion of the revenue. When it's slow, can you look at Jumia? Swing average 406, a spot that members could chat when you're not online, like Discord offers would be neat. I'll take that into consideration, Briston. I will take that into consideration. That is a good idea. We'll explore that. The thing about Discords, like I have ran a Discord and I've been in many Discords, and the thing about Discords is, they can get very overwhelming. Say each person's writing a few messages each day. Some people don't get to look at the Discord throughout the day, so they come home from work or whatnot and they have like 100, 200 messages deep and they just get confusing. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to Discord. Obviously, it is a great feature that we can chat and discuss things intraday. But that's kind of what these live streams are, in my opinion. I am the moderator. I get to see all your questions. I get to read all your questions, kind of proofread the ones that are valuable, neglect the ones that aren't. For the most part, every member in here is really good at providing a lot of good insights, news. So it's very much appreciated. And so it was a nice day on Coinbase to wrap things up. A really strong day. Look at the Dixie, guys, into the end of the day here. Dixie's actually pushing for the green side. You have silver up 3.5% today. Gold up another 0.75%. Absolute face-ripping rally on gold. I mean, take a look at these gold charts. Fear in the market, weakness in yields. That gold chart is looking saucy at these all-time highs, consolidating above that previous all-time high pivot, $2,173 an ounce spot price. And it is looking likely. I mean, gold target, once we get some consolidation here, gold is actually probably going to push for 2,400. Top of this channel. You can see this channel that we've been chopping in for gold for quite a long time. And this is where you had that little fake technical breakdown, V-shaped recovery. Boom, back inside the channel, just hitting the lower boundary support. Another little fake breakdown here. And then gold absolutely ripped into the channel. So once we hit the high of the channel, you're looking at about 2,400 gold. But I do think that it needs to take a small breather here. Nat gas weekend will be colder next week, rain and snow. Nat gas filled the 220 gap. Oh, sorry, the February 20 gap. February 20th gap. Yeah, I still have the February 23rd gap at 167 on nat gas. So I still have it priced in that nat gas should likely trend a little bit lower. Again, you are into a historically low overbought range, so it could get a bounce at any moment, but I'm still just playing it cautious because I know how this asset class likes to move. It likes to cause a lot of shakeouts, fakeouts, so I'm not quite ready to get in on board yet. NVIDIA almost turning green here on the session, guys, down only 0.78%. Tesla catching a nice bid, so anyone that took that 170.31 long level is in the driver's seat at the moment. You are in the driver's seat on the trade. Qs are trying to catch a bid, but again, that dollar's ripping into the end of the day. We'll see if the dollar pushes markets lower at this point in time. They are holding up okay. You have oil absolutely still ripping above 79.40 on the session. So definite strength in oil continuing. It's now 3:19, so there's roughly 45 minutes left in the trading session. You have NVIDIA pumping into the close, lifting the semiconductors as a whole, lifting the semis, lifting the Qs. Definitely a lot of strength. QQQ is down 0.48%. The spiders are just slightly negative by about 0.3%, and then the Russell's holding positive gains just down up by 0.47%, but has pulled off of the highs. Bitcoin still hovering above 73K. You have Google curling down a little bit, looking like it wants to go a tiny bit lower. Tesla ripping, NVIDIA ripping, Microsoft pulled from the highs. Apple looks like it's wanting to press higher into the close. NVIDIA now trading at 914, only down 0.5%. Honestly, NVIDIA looks like it's going to go positive, or at least test its gap fill. Just a monster. Coinbase still negative, so while Bitcoin's positive, again, you see Coinbase down 0.39%, Bitcoin up 2.26%. It's a bearish divergence. Big bearish divergence. Gold miners are up 2.5%. The 30-year yield has basically moved back to the highs of the session, so I think that you may see the Russell actually fall here into the close. That would not surprise me. I think the Russell has weakened here, and the Qs have strengthened because money's flowing out of the Russell back into mega cap tech land because yields are moving up again. Remember, the 30-year yield was up about 1% before that auction. Then it dipped down to about 0.4%. Now it's back to about 0.93%. So yields have been rising consistently since after that little bit of an auction that transpired. Remember, the Qs did trigger this inverse head and shoulders, but the upside target was never fulfilled. Just struggling at this pivot high resistance, just stuck in a distributive range. Big distributive range. You have a nice hourly reversal on MicroStrategy forming. Take a look at this MSTR. Bitcoin's now falling as well on the 10-minute chart, but MSTR coming down late into the close here. Some pretty hard selling in MSTR. It's still up on the session, 8.44%, but it is coming down pretty hard. That's a nasty bearish engulfing candle on the hourly, basically engulfing 1, 2, 3 hours of price action. And now you're seeing Bitcoin weaken. Again, Coinbase is already negative. Let's look back at the Qs. QQQ hourly, just a lot of chop and slop. Potential lower high in place on the Qs. Let's just erase some of these previous little day trade lines on the Qs. Tesla's now reversing, so is NVDA. NVIDIA's hitting 913.98 and reversing. Let's see if the Qs want to dump into the close. There's certainly a chance of that. Meta curling down. Microsoft curling down. Microsoft is currently slightly positive, but it is seeing a little bit of distribution, and it could go negative. It could go negative. Right now, the QQQ holding above that EMA 113. That's technically some positive price action. Guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream at 3:30 today, just as I have a couple things to take care of. So we'll stay on for another 6 minutes. We will stay on for another 6 minutes. To sum things up again, the dollar is moving up off of the lows here. Dollar's moving up off of the lows. Notice how that this yellow spike low here was your CPI low. So we actually pierced that level, and the dollar is bouncing. Still weak on the session though. Some heavier selling coming into the close here, guys. Some heavier selling coming into the close. Coins still falling. MicroStrategy coming in harder. Bitcoin seeing some sellers losing 73K at the moment. And dollar still trying to firm up here. It is applying pressure to the Qs. Roughly have 35 minutes left in the session. You've actually now had, excuse me, you now have healthcare down, real estate down, technology down, and the Dow transports just went red. So finally, transports are actually reacting to the higher oil price. And again, oil moving up today only really strengthens the thesis that inflation is going to uptick next month. Again, all this oil price action, the days that it keeps trending higher and higher and higher, each day it keeps going higher. It's only going to put more pressure on that energy side of the CPI component. You look at oil stocks, XLE, they're absolutely ripping. And not only does oil exacerbate the inflationary effects from the CPI component, it hurts consumers. It hurts valuations in the S&P 500. It's another form of tightening. So that's why oil, has in historical cycles has actually caused crippling effects, recessionary effects. Look at what happened in 2008 when oil spiked. That was definitely another major headwind for the overall economy and market. And that's the thing about oil, right? Stocks are completely different to the economy, but oil affects both. Oil affects stocks and the economy. And we're seeing it chug along. So with oil moving up, it's naturally expected that the Dixie is going to have to move up. It's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive, the Dixie, in order to try to tame this oil front. But the big question is, can the Dixie do it? Has the Biden administration drained too much of the SPR? We probably will see another SPR release if oil breaks above this $80 range and holds, really oil's wicked up above 80 now, basically once, twice, almost 3 times here in the last week. And it really hasn't gotten a daily close above 80 yet. But once we clear that 80, I think that the Biden administration may have to start making a little bit of an announcement. Look at this QQQ sell-off, guys. Holy, what a breakdown. Bitcoin selling. Q's finally selling. Look at the Russell. Russell's going to go negative, guys. Has anyone seen this IWM sell-off? Holy crap. Look at the dump. Look at the dump into the close, guys. What a rip. What a rip lower. Qs are absolutely free falling at the moment. That is epic. That is epic. What a free fall in the market, guys. The VIX just spiked. Our VIX trade is now flat. But look at that sell-off on the Qs. Qs now down 0.8. Huge bearish engulfing on the NVDA 10-minute chart. Tesla new lows. Apple selling. Microsoft negative. Wow. Look at the sell side pressure coming into the close here, guys. Beautiful to see. Dixie spiking. Our new trade for members today is MSTR. We are already in the money on that position. Beautiful. Tesla doing Tesla things. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What a drop in the overall markets there, guys. What a drop. What a complete drop. Anyone still riding coin? Great job. Should run for the chipmunks. Guys, watch out. Do not chase longs on the Qs here. I still have a downside target on the Qs of 437.27. That sell-off candle, we could hit that. They could flush this into the close. This is more of the market reaction that should have taken place on the overall CPI report. But what a monster move. What a monster move down. Crazy, crazy price action. Big bounce coming across the indices now. Qs are catching a really big bid. Briston said just stag some 515 SPY 0 DTEs. Yeah, they could flush it. They could absolutely flush it. SPY's been relatively strong compared to the Qs. They could, yeah. VIX, UVIX got a really big pop. Yeah, we're along the VIX UVXY at 678. That did get a really, really big pop. And obviously now, all of a sudden, it just shows you how fast things can just quickly change in the bull is not a good sign if you're bullish. Volatility is definitely more depressed at these levels. And I do think that the VIX is still in for a big, big pop. But it really needs that broad market sell-off, right? You still have a lot of sectors green. Know that sound? Yeah, we'll just watch this VIX chart here, see if it gets any more sort of a bid, but heavy volume coming in, accumulating the VIX. Alright guys, so indices have sort of stabilized here, but definitely not out of the woodworks. You could easily see the Qs forming a minor little bear flag here, so we got to watch this pattern closely. Obviously, you've had a technical breakdown to the downside, and the big question is what type of reaction do we get here? Saw a little bit of a mini bounce, but really nothing that shows and displays strength. You know, and some of the candle formations that did occur there are pretty bearish, especially when you look at Tesla, Google reversing from the highs, only up 0.82%. Apple saw a nasty candle down, so it was a pretty big down move that did occur there. Not something you want to see if you're bullish on the price action. And the fact that we're back underneath this key trend line is a pretty impressive level for the markets to trade under. You know, that's your previous that little neckline is your previous head and shoulders that you basically gapped over on CPI or ran over on CPI. So you're back below that original head and shoulders pattern that was looking likely to trigger. You're back below that. You have seen semiconductors again get hit today pretty hard. Tesla down, underperforming the Qs again. What else is new? VIX is starting to fall a little bit here. So a little bit of sell side pressure in the VIX equals a market bounce. Oil super strong, nat gas weak, gold, silver really strong today. SMCI still holding on to positive gains. Can you believe that? So epic bounce in SMCI. Epic price action. Coinbase has turned negative, down on the session now, 1.59%, and that's with Bitcoin up 2. So interesting price action there. Let's look at the dollar again. The DXY is still negative on the session, but has bounced off of the lows. So this is a big level. If the bulls can recapture it, that's a nice positive sign into the end. If we close and get rejected off this initial neckline, I expect tomorrow we're going to test this 437.86. So this is an important close, right? It's kind of going to flip the probabilities into an upside move, either back to the high of the channel, high of the range here, 441, 442, or it opens up probabilities for a move back down to 437.74 on the Qs. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting close. A couple people are in some puts already. The only thing I'm holding overnight is that UVXY. Closed our coin short for a nice gain yet again. That trade for the last 2 days on the short side has been a moneymaker. So really big bounce in the Qs, guys. Really big bounce in the Qs. Qs are currently trying to get above. Bitcoin's still seeing some sellers. That was my husky howling. You'll probably hear him. Alright guys, so Qs are getting rejected off that original neckline. Dollar's moving higher here. Can the Dixie go positive into the last 14 minutes of the session? We'll find out. AMD down 3.8, Apple down 1, NVDA down 1.4, Q's down 0.8. Microsoft still green. Largest company in the world holding some positivity. Nat gas hit again, 3 days down consecutively. Meta had that TikTok news. Initial pop took it positive all the way up above 500. 500 level sold off pretty sharply down to 494, currently trading around 495.50. So Meta's reaction to that TikTok ban was kind of just buy the rumor, sell the news. Nice job there, Ram. Sold one, put on coin. Still in the money, holding one more. Good job, good job. Yeah, coin is just a bleeder, right? Chris Maker will bring up a good point. Wild swings, like we just saw, is indicative of a topping process. It is the market makers are running a stress test to see what sticks. Potentially, could be. Definitely agree with the first part. Whenever you see these wild swings, it does indicate big time distribution. Typically, you do see that in topping form. Whether it's the market makers running a stress test or not, hard to prove, but definitely a plausible scenario. And you see the buy the dip coming into full force, right? Basically, almost negating this red bar sell off. 10 more minutes left, guys, in the session. So a pretty decent decline still occurring in the markets here. You're having the Qs selling off into the close. There's still 7 minutes left and we're fighting. It's a battle on this original neckline. Again, that original neckline should have played out on the head and shoulders. It was looking pretty clean. And when you factor in the reaction of yesterday off the CPI, it was almost like CPI was just a one-off pump and dump event. I think there was too many people positioned on the short side, so they didn't want to take the market down right away. So now you're seeing a little bit more of the true reaction, I think, coming into the equity markets. The Russell's still positive, though, in the grand scheme of things. But definitely that 206.50 level we gave to you members, that worked out well for a short. You had two big time opportunities to short that. First one played out, second one played out even better. Dollar trying to go positive into the close. It's still down 0.9%. We have to watch it. Coinbase down. MSTR still very strong. That one got bought right back up, still up 11.18% on the session. Bitcoin back above 73K. AMD seeing sellers, NVDA, Google, everything in the close is seeing a little bit more weakness. Microsoft just turned negative as well. Microsoft is negative. MSOS really showing some relative strength, about to recapture the uptrend. That's really good. You know, you do see canopy growth positive in a weak market. So let's just take a look at MSOS. Yeah, that's a strong chart there. Nice daily green candle, and you look at the intraday price action, and it's shaping up for looking like more upside. That's a beautiful little bull flag breakout as the indices are selling. Good, definitely some good relative strength there. Nice find, Chris. Good observation. Bitcoin also showing some relative strength. So the VIX is still slightly negative. The DXY is still slightly negative, but has firmed up off of the lows. Yields across the long end are up about 0.89%, 0.79 respectively. Dixie getting some slight rejection here. Do you think MCD has more downside? Let's take a look at McDonald's. Let's take a look at McDonald's for last 2 minutes of trading, guys. Last 2 minutes of trading. The Russell 2000 is getting a pretty decent sized bounce. McDonald's, nice decline intraday. Definitely underperforming the market, down 3.8%. Yeah, you probably will go lower, but there could be a small bounce. This is going to trade with the market, tomorrow. If the market's up, this will be up. Support here. You have that gap fill, that previous gap fill where you bounced. The thing about that bounce is you did create a lower high. So you're coming right into this gap fill, this pivot high here, previous support. So there is some support here. So maybe go a little bit lower before you bounce, but there is some support there. Probably where I see McDonald's going in connecting these 3 pivots and this pivot. Probably going to about 277. That's where you bounce. So yeah, there probably is more downside. All right, let's just flip back to the Qs, see how they are closing things. So on a daily chart basis, the 7-day moving average is sitting at 440.07 on the Qs. 440.07. It's going to be close. So the bear's going to push us below or the bull's going to keep us. So daily 7 moving average is 440.07. We're currently at 440.16. Last 6 seconds, we are getting a little bit of a bid here. Nice push in Bitcoin. Decent sized push in Bitcoin. All right, guys, the indices are now closed. So that is the final trading there. We saw the dollar close negative, gold and silver up, Bitcoin up. SMCI held gains, a lot of weakness in semiconductors today, along with Tesla underperforming, but pretty much all mega caps closed negative on the session. Oil, astonishing move to the upside, nat gas weak on the downside, but definitely energy stocks showing signs of life. Most sectors were green today, but you did have the Dow Jones transports turn red into the close. You also had tech, XLK down, real estate down, healthcare down, and consumer discretionary down. Utilities were positive, staples were positive, financials, industrials, energy, communication, and materials all showed strength in this market. On that note, thank you all for tuning into the live stream today again. It was a pleasure trading with you, making money on the live stream. We crushed coin. We also crushed the IWM trade. So plenty of excellent winning day trades today, yet again in the live trading session. So please hit that like button, show some love, because we're continuing to come out here day after day and giving you some winning setups. Members, stay tuned. The video will be out a little bit later as I have a little bit of a yoga class that I have to attend. So I'm giving a little bit back to myself so I can come back a little more rejuvenated, refreshed, and I will have that video out a little bit later tonight. So stay tuned because there is lots to discuss based off of the weakness in the tech sector today and discussing some of the yield market movements, gold, everything in between. On that note, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow. Thanks, guys.